understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaties signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Councillor Morley, you would just like to make a short announcement?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, everyone. I wanted to share with colleagues here today some exciting news directly from the Toronto Public Library Board. This week, on Monday evening, the board approved a new name for the previously Jane and Dundas Library. The new name is the Daniel G. Hill Branch, which recognizes and celebrates the significant legacy of a prominent Black Torontonian and pioneer in human rights in Ontario. This will be the first library branch named after a Black Torontonian, and I think a moment we should all be very proud of. In the consultation for the name change, a neighbor shared that they knew nothing about him, but that they should have, and that's the point of naming a library after him. Daniel G. Hill worked tirelessly to establish the Human Rights Commission and transform it from a tiny office with a small staff into a major public agency in the province of Ontario with statutory powers. He co-founded the Ontario Black History Society, the first public organization in the nation focused on the history of Black people in Canada, and served as its president for the first 6 years. Daniel G. Hill III was appointed Ombudsman for the province of Ontario in 1984, a position he held until his retirement in 1989, the year of my birth. So I just wanted to stand this morning and recognize this really wonderful progressive move forward for our city of Toronto. It's a moment that folks, and certainly those of us in the Black community, can be incredibly proud of. But I think as a collective, with diversity as our strength, moving forward in this really great way is an important moment to acknowledge. And as I stand, Madam Speaker, if you'll indulge me, I just want to also recognize our first year with Mayor Chow in office as our leader, and all of the great and incredible accomplishments we've already been able to achieve just in this year alone, and all that we look forward to doing together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess first off, I want to say I'm also a member of the Toronto Public Library Board, and also thank Councillor Morley, and also to acknowledge that the vote that we had on Monday night, renaming the Jane Dundas branch, was unanimous. So I think that needs to be acknowledged as well. And piggybacking on, well, as Councillor Morley's second announcement, I was originally asked to be recognized to acknowledge that a year ago today we did have a mayoralty election, and this is the first anniversary of Mayor Chow being elected, and I just wanted to make sure that that was acknowledged, and thank her for all of the work that she's done in leading us this first year, and looking forward to the rest of her term. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. And just following up on Councillor Ainsley, it was a year ago since our mayor was elected. Very exciting by-election. And as we were here at your inauguration, Mayor, one of your guest speakers said, she's small but mighty. And I think in this year, we've really seen that that was such an apt description of you and the things that you've done, rolled up your sleeves. The housing file, which we're going to speak about today, you've just lifted that to very new heights in the City of Toronto, as you had promised to do, and I just want to thank you for that. You fixed Cafe TO, which had been stumbling along. That's great. You got money from the province and the feds. Wow. And I will say that I've known our mayor for quite a while, and she's always known a lot about money, so watch out, because she knows everything about money. She was on the budget committee for Metro and knew every dollar, every dime, every penny went during that time. That's a really important thing in these times of difficult financial times, but knowing where to look for money, knowing how to get money for this great city, so very, very important. And the other thing I'll just mention personally, in the number of things that I did when you were a Metro Councillor, looking after children as the children's advocate, student nutrition, the many, many things that you've had your sights on for many years, and now you're able to fulfill in a different way as mayor. And I do look forward to swimming somewhere with you this summer. I will just say that. Perhaps not in a pool, but we'll go to a Blue Flag Beach, because parks and the amenities of that kind for the city are tremendously dear to you in a way that we haven't seen in a long time. So congratulations on your first year. Let's get right into year 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got just my...
It doesn't seem like a year. The year went by fast, didn't it? Mayor Chow.
Thank you. Well, yeah, it's a year. Good heavens. Thank you for giving me the opportunity where we could together build a city.
Enter passcode.
I said that is more
again.
affordable,
Enter passcode again.
caring, safe, where everyone feels belongs. We know that after the pandemic, people are more isolated. They're lonelier. We had reports that said 300,000 fewer volunteers are coming out. And it's a work that we all have been doing together. All the public space that we create together, whether it's the swimming pools and the community centers and the new community centers and the childcare centers. I remember opening childcare center at Pasternak's ward, Councillor Carroll's new community center. All of these places where people gather, where they feel they belong, and especially in the summer, all the festivals, people coming on the street feeling very, very together. I think that is a very important spirit of unity that we have in this council. And yes, we do need to create a city that's more affordable. And today we're going to be talking about affordable housing. We'll be eventually talking about TTC fares. We kept it constant. We didn't raise it. Is there other ways we can make people's lives more affordable, preventing rent eviction, for example? All of those things we can do. And we also talk about a caring place. A caring place means that we open the community center earlier when it's a heat wave, libraries and all of those things where we can care for each other, expanding the community crisis service, where when people are having a mental health issue, we respond with care. All of that are very, very important. And safety. I will be taking action on creating, together with you, a place where people can feel more safe. And it is really disturbing to have 14-year-old with guns and wrecking destruction and death into communities and fear. So we're looking forward to working together because we have a unity of purpose, united that we love our city. And let's continue the path forward, the journey forward to create more hope for our residents in Toronto. So thank you very much for providing me this opportunity to work together with all of you.
Thank you, Mayor. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the city clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are here with us today and who are watching the meeting online. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Councillor Pasternak? No, you have to read it. Okay.
That City Council confirm the minutes from the regular meeting held on May 22nd and 23rd, 2024 in the form supplied to the members.
Thank you. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Members, there are 3 administrative inquiries under council procedure. City Council can receive an administrative inquiry for information and refer it to a council committee. We have administrative inquiry 19.1 from Councillor Moyes regarding the missing video archive of the February 22nd, 2024 TTC Commission Board meeting. The city manager answer to this inquiry has been posted with the council agenda on the city's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Moved by Councillor Moyes, to receive. All in favor? Carried. We have administrative inquiry 19.2 from Councillor McKelvey regarding 911 call wait times. The city manager's answer to this inquiry has been posted with the council agenda on the city's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Moved by Councillor Moyes. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. We have administrative inquiry 19.3 from Councillor Holyday regarding removal of city symbols. The city manager's answer to this inquiry has been posted with the council agenda on the city's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Moved by Councillor Holyday. On favor, carried. Thank you. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports, and the chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Chow, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report?
I do, and I move the executive committee report, and I will also be putting a lot of the attention on the housing supply program, but we'll talk about that a bit later on.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report.
I do, Madam Speaker. So as usual, the past month has been a busy time for the Toronto Public Health. With the beginning of summer and heat warnings in effect, communicating to the public about heat relief and preparing for the threat of wildfires have been key priorities. At our last Board of Health meeting, we addressed a number of other pressing health topics, 2 of which are on today's agenda. We received a report on healthy aging in Toronto that outlined the current health status of older adults and recommendations for enhancing health-enabling environments and addressing existing inequities. This work will require a collaborative effort from Toronto Public Health, community organizations, and service providers across sectors that support older adults. Also pressing was the creation of a hiring committee for Toronto's next medical officer of health, ahead of Dr. De Villa's departure at the end of this year. I, alongside Councillor Bravo and Morley and 2 public Board of Health members, will sit on the committee and search exhaustively for a medical officer of health who will carry on Dr. De Villa's exemplary work helping Torontonians reach their full health potential. Last month, the board also approved funding for projects through the Toronto Urban Health Fund, which supports community-based HIV prevention, harm reduction, Indigenous health, and youth resiliency initiatives. This year's funding totaled over $2.5 million for 24 different programs. I am proud of the work that Toronto Public Health continues with valuable community partners to ensure that historically marginalized communities can access the care that they need. The 2 items before you today also allocate funding to address critical public health challenges. The first outlined the Service Agreement Award and executed by the Medical Officer of Health for 2024. These agreements fund the delivery of public health programs, including Healthy Babies, Healthy Children, and the Ontario Seniors Dental Program. The Medical Officer of Health is also seeking authorization to enter into a new agreement with Working Women Community Centre to deliver food training and education to low-income community participants, including newcomers and refugees. The second item will allow the delivery of the student nutrition program, which we have already discussed extensively here in this council chamber. And finally, I want to wish everybody here and online a happy Pride. As we continue this month's celebration, let's look after our community by staying aware of local Mpox cases and doing what we can to prevent the spread through monitoring and vaccination. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
Yes, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 13 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. There's three things to highlight, I think, in this report. Number one is the senior strategy update, a really great piece of interdivisional work that attends to a growing population in our city of seniors and their needs and approaches for how we can serve their needs best. And the second piece is around the International Alliance program. The purpose of this program is to position Toronto as an economically dynamic, creative, caring global city, respecting human rights and democracy in such a way that our relationships with other cities align with city priorities. And the third piece is the city's encampment approach and strategy, the interdepartmental protocol and encampments, as you will recall, is a response to the Ombudsman's report. And it is one piece of a lot of work that's being done by Toronto Shelter Support and Services. We did the shelter safety study, which Council learned about in a recent meeting. We've got this piece coming now with attached letters from the Federal Housing Advocate and the Federal Encampment Advocate, which indicates that we're going in the right direction. This will be followed by streets needs assessment this fall, the shelter safety plan, and of course the capital plan that is going to make sure that we are creating the responsive, program-specific shelter that people need to get into the ladder of into permanent housing, which is of course our goal and will be the subject of a lot of what we'll be discussing today. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce General Government Committee report.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Yes, I do. That the report from meeting 13 of the General Government Committee listed on the agenda of the Council be presented for consideration. I'd just like to thank all of our very hardworking and diligent staff for everything they did to keep the General Government Committee moving under our job of keeping the city operating smoothly. We always have very successful, well-run meetings, and there's really no need to hold anything on the agenda. Let's keep this city operating. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, she's online. Okay, sorry. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That report from meeting 14 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of Council will be presented for consideration. I will also note that we will be requesting to time the transportation items for tomorrow morning so that we can ensure that some city staff that had to attend kids' graduations today will be able to be there.
Hearing you, so maybe, yeah. Okay, maybe we can have someone contact. Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 13 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. If I may, just a couple of words on two of the things that are in front of us. Members, in front of you, you have a proposal for the City of Toronto to develop a renovictions bylaw. I urge you all to look at it closely. It will make a tremendous difference in the lives of tenants in the City of Toronto and the security of their tenure. The second report that I want to draw to your attention is the housing plan report. The Mayor mentioned this briefly, but I just want to say it has been over 30 years since any municipality in Canada has considered a report on social housing of this scale and scope. I brag at some of you sometimes on my grandson, just to give you a little bit of context. His mother was not born the last time social housing was built in the City of Toronto. These 18 projects that you're being asked to consider will create 6,000 rental units, non-market rental units, and help us on our journey of transforming the housing system in Toronto to one that meets the needs of everyone in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning to you. That report from meeting 14 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 14 of North York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce Scarborough Community Council report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to defer this to Councillor Mantas. I was actually unable to chair the meeting due to a family commitment, so I'd like to thank Councillor Mantas for chairing and filling in. I'm going to leave this one to him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mantas.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Can I just put it on the screen?
Go ahead.
Can we put it on the screen, Mr. Clerk?
Your mic is on.
Thank you. That the report from meeting 14 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you, Clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and thank you. And I move that the report from meeting 14 of the Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from the Mayor and City officials, moved by Councillor Ainsley. If you can read the motion, please.
That the new business from the Mayor and City officials listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. All in favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest, and remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the City Clerk. Councillor Holyday.
Speaker, it's actually a point of privilege related to this subject. I just wanted to raise this point. On May 30th at the General Government Meeting number 13, I declared an interest on GG 13.2, the 2023 write-off of uncollectible property taxes and accounts receivable. I've since been in contact with the Integrity Commissioner and learned that it is not necessary to declare an interest at this council today. And I would just like to raise this point of privilege to place it in the minutes to explain the discrepancy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further? No. I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Councillor Holyday? Councillor Holyday, petitions.
I do, Speaker. Thank you. And if I recall, the procedure is to read the petition. So I have one here. The petition is Stop the Renaming of Young Dundas Square. This petition is a grassroots effort of concerned citizens, taxpayers, and residents of the great city of Toronto about the rushed, ill-advised, and financially irresponsible renaming of Young Dundas Square to Sankofa Square. In an environment where we need our leaders to be responsible stewards of our financial resources, we are appalled and outraged by the lack of care, concern, and understanding by our elected officials on this issue. The vast majority of Torontonians are against this initiative, and yet our city councillors continue to turn a blind eye to the demands of their constituents. The renaming of the process was fraught with errors, biases, and obfuscation. There was a lack of public consultation. Eminent scholars were sidelined from the recognition committee. The name selected bears no resonance with our city, and polls show this change to be widely unpopular with the electorate. Notwithstanding the cost to municipal coffers, Section 37 funds, and taxpayers at a time when Toronto's financial state is tenuous, we demand transparency and robust public consult when we endeavor to rename major municipal landmarks. We demand a stop to this initiative and a rethink of all renaming initiatives. We can and will celebrate the amazing diversity of our city without erasing our history and civic identity. There are 30,000 names. I believe the online one continues to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, petition?
Yes,
Okay, well, let's just present the petitions first. Councillor Pasternak, you have petitions?
yes, thank you,
Yes.
Madam Speaker. I have three petitions before us. One is from residents of the Ancaster community, 539 signatures regarding a Hangar District development proposal to the north, where the undersigned has asked the Planning Department and the developer to halt the proposed Dufferin Street extension and include only one major north-south roadway for the proposed transportation plans, disallow any current or future plans for opening any dead-end streets, such as Home Road and local streets in Ancaster, and three, retain the three roadways, Murray Road, Garrett Road, and Belfort Hanover roads currently designated for use by Bombardier. After the developer accommodated some of the items in that petition, I then got another petition saying the residents living off of Garrett Boulevard are outraged by the latest update of April 2024. It's unfair to target Garrett Boulevard as the only extended road in the Ancaster community. 38 signatures in total are objecting to those changes. My third petition, and it's reflected in Members' Motion 19.7, 823 names were received. They're reaching out to my office and the city in the hopes for allowing the naming of a garden in Estella Wheeler's honor. You may recall Estella Wheeler was a teacher at the Afrocentric Alternative School who was murdered by her intimate partner, and she was beloved at the school for many years, and the students and teachers there would like to name a garden on her behalf. I brought a Members' Motion 19.7 to reflect those wishes.
Thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petitions? Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Fletcher, you had a point of privilege?
I don't know.
Well, you stood up earlier.
Point of privilege, point of order, just on petitions, and I think they're great to have. They do, they're usually from residents of the City of Toronto, Speaker, about an issue. And I appreciate Councillor Holyday bringing that forward, but I've happened to have looked at it quite extensively, and there's names from all over, including Tampa, Florida. So there are a number of local names there, but I think we would be misleading to say they're all Toronto residents. So I just wanted to make that point to Council. Thank you so much.
So, Speaker, I appreciate point of orders get raised. I'd like you to determine if that's a point of order and either enter it in the minutes or don't.
Well, yeah, but Councillor Fletcher, they may live in Toronto and go to Florida for the winter. Okay, like, I don't think we should get into a debate. The clerk. No. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, thank you. Yes, Councillor Holyday.
So I'll make it brief. I just believe it's important that I bring this to your attention, because if we're going to start to filter petitions, just let council know what the rules are.
Yeah.
Point of order, it's not a filter. They're not all residents of Toronto.
Okay,
There we have it.
okay, Councillor Fletcher, this is not debatable. Thank you for making your point. Thank you. No, Councillor Moyes, please. Now, but Councillor Moyes, are we going to debate petitions? Councillor Moyes. Councillor Moyes.
It's a point of order, and Council Hall has stated that it's 30,000 petitions, but I went through them, and there were many duplications. So it wasn't 30,000.
Okay, all right, so I guess we should all count all the petitions coming forward in the future. Okay, thank you, thank you. Let's forward one by one. Members, oh, yes, Councillor Fletcher. Well,
Here's petition from residents of Toronto, and I'm simply informing that they're not all from Toronto. That's just, in the record, it says from Toronto. So
Councillor-
that's it, Speaker.
Thank you.
I'm not counting everything, but we do have a right to understand where
okay,
things
thank
are
you.
from.
And Councillor Moyes is the one that mentioned that there's not, the total is not correct. Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a two-thirds. Did that. All in favor of receiving the petitions, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a two-thirds vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 19.7. Review of the order paper. If council adopts any amendments to the order paper, they will also be posted with this item. We have 7 deferred items before us today. EC 10.1, IE 13.4, PH 8.5, NY 11.24, TE 13.2, TE 13.13, and DM 19.1, which was item CC 18.9 from the May meeting. The mayor has designated item PH 13.7 on renovations policy. Review of the Hamilton renovation license and tenant relocation bylaw, and developing a Toronto renovations bylaw as their first key matter and first item of the business today. The mayor has designated item PH 13.8 on launching the rental housing supply program as their second key matter to be considered at 2 p.m. today, provided the first key matter is complete. The notice of motion run through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. Members, there are some related matters on the agenda that are proposed to be considered together if they are held. Item EC 10.1 on Jane Finch Community Development Plan 2024-2034, and item EY 14.1 on Jane Finch Secondary Plan and Urban Design Guidelines Final Report, and IE 14.3 on Cycling Plan Update 2025-2027, and item IE 14.4 on Cycling Network Plan 2024 Cycling Infrastructure and Missing Sidewalk Installation Third Quarter Update. Members, before I take additional holds, I would like to advise Council that member motion MM 19.22 15 and 35 Trehorn Drive encroachment agreement was listed on the agenda in error, as decisions on encroachment agreements are delegated to Community Council, and Council cannot make a final determination, and this item is not in order and is withdrawn from the agenda. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold. I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. The city clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. We're starting with deferred items. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold DM 19.1, please.
Pardon, I can't hear you.
I'd like to hold DM 19.1, 5051 to 5061 Yonge Street. Thank you.
Councillor Moyes, deferred items?
Not deferred.
Okay, we're at deferred. Okay. Any undeferred items? We'll now go to executive. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, I can release EX 15.1 East Harbor Transit Oriented Committee's proposal, conclusion negotiations, draft plan of subdivision approach to next stage.
Was that EX 15.1?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, because I couldn't hear you.
Sorry.
So Councillor Fletcher is releasing EX 15.1. On favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Moyes, Executive Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Items EX 15.4, I know it's held by Councilor Sachs, but I'd like to have it be a timed item for tomorrow.
Okay, we'll wait till we go to the timed item. We're just holding right now.
Okay.
Any more in executive? Well, the whole agenda's been held down. Board of Health. Board of Health? Nothing, Board of Health? Economic and Community Development Committee. Councillor Cheng.
I'd like to hold EC 13.4, please.
EC 13.4?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. General Government. Well, Councillor Ainslie, you got your wish. Nobody's holding an item down for you. Infrastructure and Environment Committee.
Thank you for everybody's support.
Infrastructure and Environment Committee? No? Planning and Housing? Planning and Housing? Okay. Etobicoke York Community Council. Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Speaker. I'll take your guidance on this, but I think you mentioned earlier that EY 14.1, the Jane Finch Secondary Plan and Urban Design Guidelines would be considered along with another item.
Yes.
So if you need me to put a hold onto that, I'm happy to do it.
Okay.
EY 14.1, Jane
Yeah.
Finch Secondary Plan.
So that would be with, that actually item was held down by Councillor Bravo, so we're going to deal with the both of them.
Right.
Yes.
I'm agnostic what name goes on it, but for the utility as the chair, I'm happy to put mine on that or transfer it to Councillor Perruzza when he's available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any more for Etobicoke? North York Community Council. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold NY 14.10, 172 to 202 Drury Avenue, please.
Okay, it's here without a recommendation.
Thank you.
Are there any further holds? Okay, Scarborough Community Council. Councillor Mantis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. SC 14.4, 3000, 3004, 3008, and 3012, and 3020 Kennedy Road.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Chow.
Sorry. Wrong.
Okay. Toronto and East York Community Council. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to hold TE 1411, 9 Ben Lamond Avenue zoning bylaw amendment application. Staff just need to work on a technical amendment to the zoning bylaw. Thanks.
Are there any further holds for Toronto and East York Community Council? No. All right. New business. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. Oh, never mind, it's held. Thank you.
New business CC 19.1, declaring the office of Councillor Ward 15, Don Valley West vacant and filling the vacancy.
Been held by.
Yes, I want to see if I could release that and move option B. Who held it?
You did.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I have a motion, a quick release.
Does the clerk have your motion? Does the clerk have your motion?
They do, they're nodding.
They do?
Yep.
Okay, so let's put the motion on the screen. This is CC 19.1, declaring the office of Councillor Ward 15. So the motion is on the screen by the mayor. Yeah. Okay, there's been a request for a recorded vote.
This is
Recorded vote.
option B, a by-election. Okay, may I just for 1 minute? Okay.
Sure, sure.
Thank you for the clerk to pull together the report and the recommendations, how we should proceed in filling the vacancy after the tragic passing of our dear friend, our colleagues, Councillor Jay Robinson, just a few weeks ago. And since the next municipal election isn't until fall of 2026, we should give the local community Don Valley West to have a direct say in who will represent them for the next 2 years. And that's why I'm moving the vacancy be filled through a by-election for a date set by the city clerks.
So there's been a request for a recorded vote. Could we have a recorded vote?
Candeville in favor.
The motion is adopted unanimously. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. Councillor Crisanti, how do you vote, please? Thank you. The motion carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Thank you. So are there, let's put the, item is amended, all in favor, carried. So can we just go back to the list? Councillor Thompson, new business.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning. I'd like to hold CC 1912, 300 Burr Drive, 1755 Brimley Road, 400 to 580 Progress Avenue, and 350 Town Center Court. It's the OLT matter. Thank you.
Councillor Bradford, new business.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I can release CC 19.2, accelerating construction of the Gardner Expressway, and I can release CC 19.16, 2575 and 2625 Danforth Avenue, 2681 Danforth Avenue, 2721 Danforth Avenue, OLT hearing request for direction. Thank you.
So CC 19.2, Councillor Bradford is releasing. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Bradford is releasing CC 19.16. All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Okay. I will now consider request to make items urgent and time specific. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. Mayor Chow.
I'm going to have the first key item, Renovations Report, PH 13.7, which we'll deal with immediately after we go through this round. And then the second key item is the Housing Supply Motion, PH 13.8. That would be my second item. And I am also timing, I guess Councillor Moyes has a time, and also the Cycling Network Plan, which is, that would be for tomorrow morning, because Deputy Mayor McAlphy are not able to be with us and is from her committee. So tomorrow morning, and that one other item is, I think that's it. So the enabling, which is enabling Toronto hydro sustainable growth, that's EX 15.7, for immediately after the first item, if it's after, preferably after 2, because the hydro staff needs it time so that they can be here answering questions on that one. So it'll be hopefully after lunch. But before lunch, sorry.
Okay, but are you talking?
This is EX 15.7.
Yeah, I understand, but you're.
And then the cycling network plan is 14.3. That's and 14.4. Okay. So
okay,
that's the second.
just 1 second, Mayor.
The hydro one. Let's do it one at a time. The hydro one is EX 15.7.
Yes, but yeah, first is the first 2 items is already on your list, so we don't have to move that as a time specific. So we'll do one item at a time.
Okay.
Okay, the cycling.
It's Thursday morning at
9.
We are doing.
Okay, I think the clerk, the cycling is tomorrow at 9 o'clock, is that correct? Okay.
No.
I mean, not 9 o'clock. What am I saying? We're not here at 9 o'clock. Jeez.
And also, it's the 14.6 is the Golden Mile. It's tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Okay, can you give that list to the clerk?
Yes,
and
I believe they already have it.
We'll have to vote on it. We'll have to vote on all of them separately, okay?
Okay.
All right. So can you put the first?
These items are.
Okay, we have the items, Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to say why I'm doing it.
Yeah.
It's Deputy Mayor McAlphy cannot be here, and that's why we're doing it tomorrow instead.
Right.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the first vote is on the 2 cycling items. First thing tomorrow, all in favor? Carried. Second item today. So on EX 15.7 would be the second item for today. All in favor? Carried. That's it? Okay.
The list that was given to the clerk is 14.3, 14.4, they're all cycling related, and 14.6, the new Golden Mile, they are all IE, like the infrastructure. Okay, this is to accommodate Deputy Mayor McAlphy. So 3 items. 3, 4, and 6.
I think I'll need that list in front of me so I know what we're voting on. Can you give me the list? Or the clerk can give me the list, or the clerk, if you have it, can you just put it on the screen so we know what we're voting on? If I can ask the clerk to do that, please.
Speaker, you've taken the vote on the 2 cycling matters this first time tomorrow. The only item that's remaining is IE 14.6 regarding the Golden Mile environmental assessment, and that would be the second item tomorrow.
Okay.
After we've considered the cycling items, that is what the mayor has proposed.
Okay. All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor.
One more.
Okay.
It's the Toronto Hydro Sustainable Growth is EX 15.7.
We
You
already
done
voted
one?
on
Thank
that.
you.
Councillor Moyes, timed items.
Yes, Madam Speaker, let me try this again. So EX 15.4, I'd like to be a timed item for tomorrow after lunch, after we introduce the member's motion, if that's possible.
Well, that'll have to be after the members' motions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't hear that. Okay. So Councillor Moyes is moving that motion. On favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. And Speaker, I have a big announcement. There's some snacks out there from Greektown. Okay. Item CC 19.5, which is new business, and it is the Toronto Hydro Board. I'd like to have that tomorrow afternoon after Councillor Moyes' item. Just working with the clerks on staggered appointments. It turned out that everybody, basically the whole board was turning over at one time, and in discussion with the clerks, it's a much better thing to have a board have half a turnover, so trying to figure out what to do, and I'd also like to consult with the deputy mayor tomorrow, so that would be then, Speaker, in the afternoon.
Okay.
And and then following that together.
Okay, just a sec, one at a time, because we have to
Okay,
vote on them.
Good, great. I'll bring you some spina capita.
Yeah, so CC 19.5, second item after the member's motion. On favor? Carried. Okay, your next item.
EX 15.2, which is the Priorities in Transit Expansion Transit Oriented Community Project, and deferred item PH 8.5 after the hydro, and probably they'll be heard together.
Okay. So, Councillor Fletcher, do you want to combine them, or do you want to deal with them separately?
After the other right now, that's fine.
So separate? Is that, okay, it's hard to hear.
Is it hard in here?
Well, I
again?
can hear you now, but the
Okay.
clerk just want to make sure because, to get this right, okay?
Oh, I understand, thank you.
On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Pasternak.
Well, I was going to go for the first item after member's motion. I wanted Jane Finch Community Development Plan, which is held by Councillor Bravo, item EC 10.1. Originally, I thought I'd ask for the first item after members' motions, and that was taken. Then I thought I'd ask for the second item after members' motions, and I understand that's taken. And at the rate we're going, I'm going to have to do this after July the 1st. But why don't we try for the third item after members' motions, but maybe we'll go for a quick release between now and then.
Fifth item.
Pardon?
It'll be the 5th.
It would be the fifth item.
That's past my bedtime.
What's happened to council? This
I-
has never happened, where people are moving every item as a time sensitive.
All right, well, I think I'm going to work with Councillor Peruz and Councillor Bravo as a quick release, but put it as the fifth item, Pat.
Yeah, it's a fifth item. On favor? Well, members of council, you do know we're coming back Friday. So we can do timed items on Friday as well. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency, and staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn, council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda, and the purpose of your motion, your reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise council after each recess which motions I have agreed are urgent and that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We will now go to the mayor's. Okay, before we go to the first item, may I have, all in favor of adopting the order paper? All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. We will now go to the mayor's first key matter, which is PH 13.7. Councillor Perks.
Just on a point of order, as the committee chair for the item, I'd like to speak last.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
As the committee chair for the item, I would like to speak last.
Thank you. So we're on PH 13.7. So if members of council have questions of staff, can you please put your name on the list? Okay, we don't have any questions. Everybody's happy. There's no questions. I repeated it 3 times. Okay, let's put this. Do we have speakers on the item? Oh, Councillor Holiday, you have questions. Okay, go ahead.
I did. So I just wondered if staff could just outline what it is that
but however, Bill 97 received royal assent in June 2023, but the regulations for that have yet to come into force. So therefore, at this point, the province is not doing anything on renovictions.
Do I understand correctly that the Residential Tenancies Act is the piece of legislation that deals with this subject matter?
That's correct.
And that is the jurisdiction of the province of Ontario.
The province is well positioned through the Residential Tenancy Act to enact the regulations to deter and deter renovation, yes.
And they have all of the tools available to them to do this.
That's correct.
And so this proposal before council is a step in the process that the city itself I think through, I guess, bylaw enforcement, if you correct me if I'm wrong, would begin to get involved in that question or that issue?
Because the regulations, through the chair, because the regulations to Bill 97 have yet to be enacted, the city is now, has decided through council direction to venture into this space.
And so this then becomes an MLS file. Is that correct?
In this particular instance, Toronto Building is best positioned to enforce a City of Toronto renovation bylaw, primarily due to the fact that Toronto Building has experience on matters of enforcement, as well as we have experience in terms of enforcing new programs as well.
So enforcement would mean that you would be asking, I presume, landlords to comply with whatever city rules are being drafted.
That's correct.
And so is that a Building Code Act thing? Or is that a Provincial Offense Act?
This would be separate and distinct from matters that are pertaining to the building code.
So how would it work? Is it a Provincial Offense Act then that we would enforce the city's bylaws?
We would be enforcing the renovation bylaw through the municipal act.
Through the Municipal Act. And does that then, tell me, how does the penalties work in that?
This is, again, authority that council would need to give to the executive director of Toronto Buildings, and through that, we would be enforcing the renovations bylaw.
And so how is it proposed that all of the bits and pieces that go with an enforcement regime would work? Let's say someone disputes the enforcement action. How does all of that unfold?
Those are details that will be worked out through the development and implementation of the bylaw.
So Toronto Buildings, in addition to the development of a policy and bylaws, would then need to have people to enforce this, and then need people to deal with whatever the tribunal or court system is that comes along with all of that.
Dedicated resources will be required to enforce the bylaw, yes.
You haven't priced that out here.
Not yet. We will come in October with respect to the details of what the impacts are of enforcing and implementing the bylaw, or through the budget process.
How many resident households are there that are rented in this city?
There's approximately just over 500,000 in 2022.
500,000 households?
That's correct.
And any numbers about how many building permits are drawn on individual units?
That was your last question.
That's information I don't currently have, Councillor.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, thank you. The renovations bylaw is basically directed at what we call N13s, that when they're being heard at the landlord-tenant board, they're being heard with a building permit sign-off, correct?
That's correct. That's correct, through the chair.
And the Residential Tenancies Act and the N13 is a provincial document, as Councillor Holliday's pointed out. But because it mentions the building permit, that is something the city has to give out, which gives the entry into having an impact or a pathway or something to say about that particular issuance of that N13.
Through the chair, you're correct, Councillor Fletcher.
So we're not wading out into provincial waters, because if the N13 just said, do whatever you want, landlord, that would be different. But the N13, the landlord has to verify that they have a renovation that requires a building permit. And as far as I know, there's only one place they can go to get a building permit, and that's to you.
That's correct.
So we're not, I guess I want to say we're in our lane. We're not outside of our lane. We're in our lane due to the fact that it specifically says you must require a building permit for that renovation, and you must have vacant possession in order to do the work. And in that case, the tenant needs to leave the apartment or whatever unit they're dwelling in.
Through the chair, that's correct.
So if we just follow that line, we're really clear that we do have a role here and that you found the way to use the city's authority or the authority of your office to protect tenancies where a landlord might say they need a building permit, but they really don't need a building permit.
So Toronto Building is best positioned to be able to assess that information, yes.
So if somebody just wants to change the kitchen cupboards, change a sink, put some new tile down in the bathroom, would those require a building permit?
They would not.
But sometimes that's all that gets done in a unit after somebody has been removed with an N13. You might not know that, or you might have looked into that and seen that.
That's information that typically is not available to us, but I could imagine that may be the instances.
So the N13 would require a building permit. Just give me some idea about what you would give a permit for. Structural work, taking down all the walls, doing wiring. It would have to be some major work that would require a building permit, let's say in my apartment.
Building permits would be required for non-cosmetic work. So if you're, just as an example, if you're changing plumbing within a building, if you're changing fire separations or erecting fire separations as the case may be, or even partitions.
Notice your time, Councillor Fletcher. You're welcome. I was busy speaking to a councillor. Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. So I just want to pick up where Councillor Holiday left off. So to reiterate, the province already has a renoviction bylaw or a tenancy act that already deals with issues regarding renovations and tenants?
The Tenancy Act, the Residential Tenancy Act deals with landlord and tenant matters. It does not deal with renovations or I believe you meant renovictions, I believe.
So if there's a situation that needs to be dealt with currently, that could be considered renovation, then the province has no mechanism to support a tenant.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's the reason why we're looking at it today.
That's right.
Okay. So, and in terms of the cost of what it would take to put together such a bylaw, you indicated you're not sure what that would be just yet. But City of Hamilton, they have something. Do we know what, have they estimated what their cost could be?
City of Hamilton's cost approximately is just shy of $1 million annually at this point. They have advised that they'll require approximately 8 FTEs to administer and enforce the bylaw. They're also, Toronto is about 7 times greater in terms of the number of rental units we have. And Toronto Building will come forward with the impact of enforcing such a bylaw in Toronto or administering such a bylaw in Toronto during either the October 30th Planning and Housing Committee or plus through the budget cycle.
Well, that's interesting. So the cost then, given that it's 7 times more rental units, could potentially be maybe not 7 times, but maybe 2 to 3 times, quite a bit more than what Hamilton is currently estimating, correct?
I suspect that, but the details will have to be assessed and analyzed.
So you mentioned there's about 500,000 rented properties in the City of Toronto right now?
That is the information from 2022, yes.
And I'm not sure how you responded to this, but do we not know how many renovation permits are out there at this point?
I don't have that information with me right now. Certainly we can get that information for you.
So that information could potentially come out in the follow-up report?
It could.
And we're going through an extensive consultation process, correct?
Yes, we are.
Will that process also engage landlords as well during that process?
Yes, it will.
Okay. And during that process, will there be anything looked at? So, I understand why this is all here and we're dealing with it today. But so the other side of the coin, will we also be looking at any potential protections for landlords for issues related directly with tenants during this report back?
We'll review the feedback that's provided and then assess that feedback and make decisions from there.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Bravo, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I actually have a question maybe of the General Manager of Toronto Shelter Services and Supports, and perhaps Housing Secretariat. I want to focus on the impact of renovation on tenants and ask about what is the picture presently in the City of Toronto for being able to access an affordable unit or an apartment one can afford having been renovated. What is the prospect for people at this time in terms of cost of rent? And then maybe perhaps I'll ask Mr. Tanner about homelessness.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Speaker, it is very challenging for anyone looking for a new rental apartment right now in the City of Toronto. We see a vacancy rate of 1.4 in the purpose-built rental stock. And in the condominium stock of about 0.7. We've seen increases in rents as well. So if someone has been living in an apartment for a long time and their rent has been relatively stable, it's going to be a shock to them to have to find rental at the current kind of market rent levels.
And that would then be contributing potentially to the numbers of people finding themselves homeless because of the inability to find other options, for example, a rent geared to income unit.
Through the speaker, yes, for sure. We have over 86,000 people on the wait list for social housing. And we also have, although a growing supply of affordable rental, insufficient to meet demand.
Thank you. And to the General Manager of Toronto Shelter, when we've considered shelter items that address the extent of homelessness in the City of Toronto, is it accurate to say that many deputants have come forward, or in answers to questions from committee members, that this piece driving eviction and loss of housing is contributing to the homelessness crisis in Toronto? Is that correct?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, that's correct.
And what numbers presently of people in the City of Toronto are we offering shelter to?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, we're accommodating just over 12,000 people, about 10,000 people in our emergency shelter system.
And then there are people being turned away every day from our shelters because the need continues to grow. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. And just building on some of the questions that have already been asked, we know that the provincial government has jurisdiction over rent control policy and landlord-tenant matters, and the city has asked the province repeatedly to address these concerns, but we've yet to see sufficient action on this. So just to kind of hear a little bit more about what actions we are taking as a city to address these concerns ourselves. As Councillor Fletcher put it, kind of how are we staying in our lane and also taking seriously the concerns that have been raised.
Thank you. Through the speaker, the city is taking a number of concrete actions in addition to requests made of the provincial government. We're setting up a housing at risk table. We have an eviction prevention and community team that work with many people every day to avoid eviction. We have a rent bank. We also have a tenant protection fund as well. And we have a new tenant eviction handbook that has just gone online, as well as a rights tool as well. And in addition, we're proposing significant investment in the creation of new affordable rental housing.
And the Hamilton bylaw looks to address a number of these concerns also from a municipal level. And I just want to be able to hear a little bit more about what effect implementing this bylaw would have on renters in Toronto, especially of concern in my ward, since a majority of residents are renters.
One of the primary impacts of this bylaw is when an N13 is given to a tenant, it will require landlords to obtain a renovation license to do the work. And part of that renovation license, the landlords will need to provide a copy of the building permit, provide an accommodation or compensation plan, will need to ensure that they provide information whether with respect to adequate notice was given to tenants or not. These are just a few of the elements, but it certainly it creates a robust system to ensure tenant rights are protected. It'll also incorporate an element where an independent third-party report will need to be provided as part of that license application from a professional engineer or an architect that will have to certify that, yes, vacant occupancy is required to do the work that's proposed within the building permit.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And just my final question is just building on some of the questions that have come forward about the process ahead. So if approved today, can we hear a little bit more about what that consultation is that will take place, and how will residents be involved in that part of the process?
So in the report, we've listed a series of high-level groups that we will be consulting with. We'll also be circulating to council members a list of individuals or agencies that we have developed with support from the Housing Secretariat. We'll circulate that to all council members if they wish to include additional stakeholders that in your wards that we may not be aware of. We will, loop them into the consultation process. The consultations will happen. There'll be virtual consultations one-on-one, as the case may be, or community-like meetings as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, questions?
Just a couple quick questions, Madam Speaker, through you. We heard that 86,000 people are on the waiting list for affordable housing. Can you let us know how often that list is updated?
Through the Speaker, we monitor the list and update it regularly based on applications received. We provide information on a monthly basis through our housing data book, and that is available on our website.
Okay, thank you. And then just my only other question is this, these 86,000 folks, is it possible that they're on other lists? Do we coordinate our lists with other municipalities in the GTA? Is there like a proper data bank, or are we sort of all independent agents, or municipalities in this case?
Through the Speaker, there is not a shared list across the GTHA where we can reconcile who's on which list. At our last count, there were about 15,000 people on the wait list who identify themselves living currently outside the City of Toronto.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, to speak. Mayor Chow. Oh, sorry, Councillor Perks, you have a question? Councillor Perks, question.
Thank you very much. There have been some questions about the relationship between the province's role protecting tenants and our role, and how this bylaw would change it. I'm looking at the Government of Ontario website, their staff directory, and they do have an enforcement unit for issues relating to the Rental Tenancies Act. And I'm just looking at it. There are, if I'm reading this correctly, 3 investigators or enforcement officers for the entire province of Ontario of the Rental Tenancies Act. Does that sound right to you?
Through the Speaker, I trust your knowledge and review of the website, but yeah, it does sound right. City Council has repeatedly made requests of the province to increase resources to the residential tenancy branch, increasing staff so that more hearings can happen and more enforcement can happen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll now go to speakers. Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just recalling back in the days where when I first came to this country, Toronto and the city, my mom and dad and I lived in St. Jamestown, and it was an apartment building. And through the years, as I recall, there were renovations. The back of the building, I recall there were scaffolding, there were lots of work done there. The carpet on the 8th floor that I lived in was changed. There were some changes in the place where we put the garbage out. None of those changes resulted in any evictions. But now, which means that we were secure for many years. But what I've noticed in the last while, all across the city, building like the one that I grew up in, are seeing the rent climb rapidly, and that there are now these, what should I call, bad faith renovictions or fake evictions. That there will be some kind of work that people, the tenants, did not really have to empty out, did not have to vacate, and yet for some reason they then get evicted. Because, you know, when you get evicted, it means that next person moving in can, in fact, be charged a much higher rent. because buildings that are built before 2018 are subject to rent control. And those that are, but if you are there, if you have a new person coming in, then it's no longer rent controlled. So we are seeing that these tenants, especially tenants and seniors that have lived in buildings for 10, 20, 30 years, their friends, their community is right in that neighborhood. And I often think, what would my dad do if he got evicted and end up into a completely different neighborhood? And it's very, very difficult. And yes, we know that landlord-tenant law is provincial and that the province of Ontario, through the Tenant Landlord Act, needs to do something. However, there's something we can do. What we can do is to say to the landlord, to the owner, if you have renovation that you need to empty out the unit, give us the plan, show us an engineering plan, a building permit, then our staff can approve, not approve. If it's approved, then the person cannot be in the unit. Then fine. However, if you are doing renovations that don't require the tenants to move out, you don't require the unit to be emptied, then no, you cannot use that as an excuse to evict people. It protects both the landlord and the tenants to make sure that what's being done is legitimate and that the evictions is justified. And there will be consultation this summer and the fall with the proposed bylaw for approval in October within this year. And this bylaw will make sure that the landlord demonstrate that they are renovating in good faith and will offer the unit back to the tenants, and that's what we need. I'm very glad to see this item here in front of us. I want to thank Councillor Fletcher for her hard work and for her advocacy on this for many years, and the Planning and Housing Committee members and city staff and renters who have organized and fought for this bylaw proposal to come before us today.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to move the secondary report, the supplementary report that was sent yesterday or the day before. That hasn't been moved yet, as far as I know. Just to confirm that, yes, moving that, thank you. I just have to say this is an exceptionally important draft bylaw, and it is a draft bylaw. It's what we'd like to see. It's going out for consultation, as a good bylaw should, for a number of months, in order to make sure that everything's right and it meets the purpose that we've set out. We do have two reports in front of us today that actually talk about the same thing. There's a very big report about building more housing, very exciting report. This report is about keeping housing. And I want to thank my colleagues, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Candeval, and Councillor Cole for the latest iteration of asking for these things in this draft bylaw. We did have a subcommittee for many years ago with Councillor Perks and Councillor Bravo last term, and that discovered the building permit, but we've taken that now all the way to the end of the road. Very, very important. The issue around the Residential Tenancies Act and the point that I was making earlier, and I just want to make again, is that the RTA actually, for an N13, requires you to say you're going to need a building permit. But our bylaw would say, yes, that's what it does. Now show us, prove it. You have to really prove that you need a building permit before you take someone's home. And make no mistake, renovictions do take people's homes. It is a very traumatic experience to get a renoviction notice, an N13. I've worked on a number. This was a very big one here. This is Logan 245, Langley, and those were very surprising to people that heard you have to move out. Whole buildings were emptied out. 2 whole buildings in my ward were emptied out. Dozens and dozens and dozens, probably 50 tenants needing to find a new place. It's why I'm so focused on Metrolinx and their expropriation of our property, because where are those people going? Where are they going? I want to commend TCHC. When they give an N13, somebody gets a place, they are guaranteed of a move, of another home, and help in establishing themselves there. Our renovictions bylaw that we're taking out for our conversation with the public would exemplify that and have a process somewhat akin to that. I just want to tell you a tiny bit about renoviction, where somebody has been in an apartment for 10 years, there's 6 units, the landlord says, I'm selling the building, hoping everybody leaves. Oh, not everybody leaves. The landlord then says, I will give you money, why don't you leave? People still don't leave. At the end of the day, there's still 2 apartments that are there, rent-controlled apartments, affordable apartments, and then the landlord says, here's an N13, I'm going to renovate your apartments. Do you know what happened to the other 4 apartments in that case? The rent was doubled when those people moved out under threat of selling the building. They had to go somewhere else. The building never got sold. All that happened was the rent got doubled. There was no renovation that needed a building permit, a new sink, a new bathroom sink, new cupboards. Those, as we've heard from our chief building official, are not things that require a building permit. Those are the types of things that are happening all over the city. And this will regulate that to make sure that any time an N13 is handed out, that all that's required in order to require vacant possession is done to the satisfaction of the city. Lastly, I just want to thank our community of tenant activists, our tremendous advocates to say this is such an important thing. We're glad you're building more housing, but please keep people in their homes. And to thank also our incredible staff, thank Mr. Sharma, Will Johnson, and our acting chief building official, our housing secretariat, and those who worked on this, I would say, really seminal piece of legislation that Hamilton has and that
5
other cities in
seconds.
the province are going to be doing as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think there's...
No, there isn't. Councillor,
Do you want me to ask a question?
Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to put a sound in the microphone. Quite literally, the sound of red tape being created. I'll leave folks with that thought. It's not the first time we've done it in the chamber, because you can see the tear marks on the end of this tape. So, Speaker, this is a classic example of the growth of government. We know from the report, and we know that the landlord and tenant relationship is regulated by the provincial government. And it's a classic example of council not being satisfied or deciding that they're not satisfied with the work of the provincial government. And so they've decided to step in and do their own thing. And you wonder why we have a 9.5% tax increase. You wonder why the government gets bigger and bigger and it gets harder to get things done. As if Mr. Gogna, the chief building official, doesn't have enough to do, we're going to add on another layer. And, councillors may say, so what? It's money, it's bigger government, we hire more people. Maybe they're happy with that, I don't know. But they want to do more and more. But I'll leave council with a really important thought. And it's not wild. There's 500,000 households that rent in this city. The chief building official told us that. The vast, vast, vast majority of landlords are great. a good relationship with their tenants. There's no issues. But anytime anyone chooses to become a landlord or to build a building or buy a building and operate the building, they have to do a risk assessment. They have to figure out what it costs to operate the building. They have to think about the regulatory framework. They have to think about the rules now, what the rules might be in the future, and they have to put it all into the equation. Now, if you're a small landlord, maybe thinking, and I mean like really small, like thinking of renting a room or something in your basement, you might not go through the risk assessment process and just say, look, there's just so much here. Like, why would I even enter this space? And I think, that's part of the housing issue that we have in the city. It's part of the equation. If you dial back time, I think there were a lot more people that were landlords on a very, very micro basis. But regulation upon regulation, complexity upon complexity, and risk upon risk deters people from entering that space. Now flip over to a more sophisticated and experienced landlord who may have maybe have a big number of units. Well, they're not in this to do this out of the goodness of their heart. They're here to make a profit. That's not a bad thing. I mean, that's how our society is built. And I think you can do your research and figure out what kind of profits they return. But I think you would find that many of these landlords are in the long haul because the returns are marginal. And that's the nature of the business. But if you think a little bit more carefully about it, you realize that they have to put all of these risks into the calculation about what they charge for rent. So you wonder why rents are on the rise, why things are inflating. It's because the risk that is assessed to government regulation, yet more hoops for people to jump through and worry about, and landlords that have no intention and are not doing anything wrong now have to think about. And by the way, will be charged taxes accordingly because the City of Toronto now has to run another regime. It all builds into the equation. So as much as we concern ourselves in council about the rising cost of living in this city, we are often the makers of that problem. Take a look at what some of these say. There's a number of recommendations for our operative with respect to the creation of this entity within the city. 4 more are simply asks of the other governments. That there tells you already that this is substantially an issue that rests with those governments. So, council, we do this over and over and over again. We need to pay attention to the effect that we have on the world around us, and I ask you to think carefully about voting for this. I'll be voting against it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Would you like your take back? Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. I want to address the question of fiscal prudence that has been raised by my colleague in this chamber. Fiscal prudence requires making investments that have massive benefits. That's what I think we bring into here for the public good. Very conservatively speaking, to shelter the number of people that we have currently in the system, it's about, say, $770 million. That is a huge amount of money. Even if this program costs $7 million, as one of the councillors estimated, think about the savings. Every day in our communities, we see encampments growing. We see people who are desperate and are pitching a tent because they can't get inside. The reason that we have encampments is because housing is unaffordable. There's no security of tenure for a renter. And the majority of people in the city are renters, but they bounce from place to place. And the reason that this comes up is not an esoteric preoccupation on the part of Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Perks, or Councillor Speaker Nunziata, or whoever else has been bringing up these issues here. It's because real people, the moment that they find out that they may lose their home, start to spiral. We talk a lot about people who are unhoused having challenges with mental health, But we know from, if you're close enough to people who are in this situation and the people who serve them, then you will know that the moment that you fear you're going to lose your housing, you're already on a trajectory of a burden on your mind, on the stress. Then you get evicted. Now you're sleeping on a couch. Then you lose your couch. Now you're on the street trying to get into a shelter space that doesn't exist. This is the situation that we're confronting right now. That's why Hamilton went first. They did it because they understand that it's good fiscal common sense to keep people housed when there is no real reason to force them out through a renoviction process that oftentimes is a coat of paint to cover up for the need to create, as Councillor Holyday said, a lot more profit. Well, the profits are coming, they're huge, and you know who's paying the price? All of society. The people who run this city, workers, people who work in childcare centers, who work in our shelters, people that are building everything that we have around us. They cannot afford to live in this city and they don't have protections. So while the province wrestles with how it's going to handle its piece, I think we have a responsibility at the City of Toronto to do everything that we possibly can to keep people in their housing, because the prescription for every ill is housing. The prescription for every ill and for every problem that we have in society starts with a roof over your head. I want to congratulate the members of Planning and Housing Committee. The chair recognized the leadership of Councillor Fletcher. 2.5 months ago, I was part of a meeting with a councillor from Hamilton who talked about how practical and how important it was to do this work there. And I want to thank all of the tenant advocates, all the tenants that have come to committees repeatedly over the years to tell us, please help us to keep our home. And I'm really, I'm excited to vote for this. I'm excited because we're making the moves that really mean that we're going to save money in the end, that we can invest it in helping people to become healthier, and that this is a foundational piece of our regional and local economy, because the family economy is foundational to everything that we have, lifting up communities, making the city livable, making the city safe. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. And I want to begin by echoing the thanks and the gratitude to city staff, to members of Planning and Housing, the chair, and to all the advocates and residents who have raised this issue with us over and over again, whether they've come to our offices through our constituency support and looking for the city to act, to take this issue as seriously as it is being felt in our communities. And we know there is no mistake that rent-evictions are a huge issue facing every single corner of the city, and I feel it very acutely in our downtown neighborhoods where the majority of residents are renters. And as Toronto faces an even more acute and increasing shortage of affordable rental housing, rent-evictions further exacerbate the problem, reducing the availability of affordable units and making it harder for people to find a place to live. And as Councillor Bravo expressed so accurately, what the impact of that is and how that is felt not just by individuals, but entire communities and neighborhoods, and the kind of city that we want to be, the kind of city that we are trying to create for future generations. There is also a disproportionate impact on so many different populations and communities within our neighborhoods. Seniors, people with disabilities, families that have single parents, people who are working in the city. Working people in the city are finding difficulty with the housing market as it is, and in situations where rent-evictions have been rampant, even more of a challenge to imagine a future here. And as we look to the type of neighborhoods that we want to create, we have to continue to be the strongest advocates to the province on addressing this issue. And in their absence and in their inaction, we do have to choose to act and continue to find ways that we are supporting residents and moving forward smart and effective and economical policy in order to address this issue. And as we've seen incredible examples from other municipalities, we are always really wise in Toronto to be able to apply that. Hamilton has been setting a path on how we address rent evictions, and I'm so glad that we're able to bring it to the council table here in order to address that with the same seriousness and to respond to our residents and our neighbors in addressing this issue. Thank you again for the work on this, and I'm looking forward to our collective support for this effort.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. There are two things I want to talk about. The first is I want to talk about leadership. A lot of us, most of the work we have to do here is pretty transactional. We get a question or a complaint from a constituent, we follow up with it, we try to solve it. A piece of a development application comes to our ward, we hold community meetings. A lot of it's routine and transactional and just keeping the city moving forward. But once in a while, someone on council chooses a project and says, there is an injustice in our city, and I am going to pursue it, and I am going to fix it, and I am not going to let it go until the problem is solved. And on this item, that's Councillor Paula Fletcher. During previous administrations, when there was no interest in protecting the rights of tenants, Councillor Fletcher fought and fought and fought. She built community interest in the issue. She built power around the issue. She investigated what was happening in other parts of the world and in other parts of the province. And she built a campaign that has put us where we are here today. That's leadership. That's effective public leadership. And I want to thank her for that. The second thing I wanted to talk about is this notion that somehow doing this is adding to the administrative burden of being a landlord or somehow creating more red tape. The United Nations has this to say: all human beings, no matter their age, where they live, their culture, their socioeconomic status, have similar basic needs: nutritious food, healthcare, shelter, education, protection from harm. And every person has the rights to have those needs fulfilled. It is literally globally understood that the right to housing is a basic human right. The housing system in the province of Ontario does not acknowledge that basic human right. The fact that we have people living in our shelter system, living in encampments, or precariously housed, or in core housing need, shows that the housing system in the province of Ontario does not fulfill our obligations to a basic human right. It is not red tape for the City of Toronto to step into that gap. As I mentioned during the questions I had of staff, for the entire province of Ontario, 3 people are employed to enforce the requirements in the Rental Tenancy Act. 3. The province of Ontario does not take seriously the basic right to housing. We as a city are now prepared to stand up for this aspect of it. It's our duty. The suggestion was made that somehow by us doing our duty, we increase the cost of rental housing. Again, the facts do not bear this out. 2 things that have happened during my life have eliminated the construction of rental housing. The first is, in 1977, the province of Ontario passed the Condominium Act and said, if you want to develop a property and put in rental housing, you just build a condominium, make your profit, and go away. And you make your profit instantly. Prior to that, if you wanted to build a multi-story building, you built it, you owned it, you were the landlord, you had obligations. And you recovered your investment over years, decades. Guess which way people with money decide to invest? They take the quick, fast return. You can see the construction of rental housing in the province of Ontario fall off a cliff when the Condominium Act comes in. The second thing that happened, and we're going to be talking about this later today, is in the mid-90s, the province of Ontario and the federal government stopped building social housing because the private market will never house everybody. So I ask you to reject what I'm going to, well, reject the arguments that Councillor Holyday made. They're not based on an accurate understanding of the housing market or its history. They're not based in basic human rights, and they're not based on the duty we are sent here to discharge, which is to represent everybody, whether they are a property owner or a renter.
Thank you. Okay, let's call the vote. We don't have any bells, so, oh, we do have bells. I was told we didn't have bells this morning. I should have brought my whistle in. I have my whistle downstairs. I'll bring it up after lunch. So on the item, we're going to have a recorded vote. The supplementary, yes. Councillor Fletcher moved the supplementary. Okay, recorded vote. Yeah, recorded vote on the supplementary, Councillor Fletcher? Yes.
Speaker, and not by my laptop, so can I vote orally?
We'll call you shortly, Councillor Candavel. Just stand by, please.
Well, it's Councillor Candavel's son. I didn't know that he was on the screen.
He's not on the screen, just his voice.
Is he on the screen? Oh, okay.
Councillor Candavel, are you able to turn on your camera to vote?
Yeah, can you see me right now?
Thank you.
In favor?
Councillor Burnside, can you vote using the system, please? And Councillor Crisanti, please. And Councillor Candavel, how do you vote, please? Can you state your vote?
I'm in favor. Candavel in favor.
Councillor Candavel in favor. Thank you. Speaker, the amendment carries. The vote is 22-1.
Okay. Item is amended. On favor, recorded vote, recorded vote.
Councillor Candavel, are you present and voting? And if so, how do you vote, please?
Hi, I'm present and I'm voting in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Candavel in favor. Speaker, the item is amended, is adopted 22-1.
Does he have his video on?
Yeah, I thought driving.
Well, we could
while
hardly
voting
hear him,
was
so I don't know
disallowed.
where he is.
Madam
can't
Speaker, the
drive
audio
it to
problem
vote.
is, we're working on that.
Okay, before we go to the next item, Councillor
Mike, I'm
Crisanti.
parked right now.
Councillor
I'm parked.
Crisanti, you just want to announce
Councillor Fletcher will
students
tell
that
you
are in
can't
the
drive
council
and
chamber?
vote.
Okay,
Yep.
please,
Yes, I do.
one conversation at a time.
Yes,
Okay,
I
go
do,
ahead.
Speaker. We have some special guests here
Mike, I'm
with us
parked right
this
now.
morning who
Councillor
just
Bolt
arrived a
parked.
couple of minutes ago from the Elms Junior Middle School. So it's a big wave. Great. Thanks for coming out, guys. I just want to tell you a little bit about this school. I was there just a couple of months ago doing their grade 5 civic class. And so we invited them down. They're here today, so we're so excited about that. And I understand that one of the mayor's staff also attended that school. Probably did not that long ago. This school was established in 1960, and the name Elm, E-L-M, Elm, in the school's name was inspired by the elm trees of Rexdale that have flourished despite obstacles and challenges, which highlights the school's resilience and adaptability. The faculty and teachers prioritize strong collaboration with parents and engages in a student-centered approach, utilizing their individual interest to thrive. And through initiatives like the weekly Learning Buddy program, this is just one of the many ways that this school ensures that the students not only are learning in their classrooms, but gaining critical mentorship and personal development skills. Chair, if we could, please, thank you. Okay. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Christopher Nadell and his grade 5 class of 27 students. So let's give him a round of applause. One final interesting note that I want to mention, that this incredible cohort has collectively read over 16,000 books this year and are eager to learn more about their local government, and that's why they're here at City Hall. So that's a lot of books. Keep reading. Thanks for being here, and we'll see you in a few minutes. You're going to be with my staff now, and they'll take you somewhere. Thanks very much again for coming.
Thank you, Councillor Crescenti. Okay, members of council, if I could please have quiet, please. Okay, so our next item was, Executive Committee, EX 15.7, Toronto Hydro, and it's a confidential report. Councillor Sachs held the item down. Councillor Sachs has informed me that she doesn't have any questions, she just wanted to speak on it. So I'd like to ask members of council, do you have any questions on the item, or do we go to speakers? If we go, we'd have to go in closed session. So what is... Seeing none, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Sachs to speak. If you can put your name up. And if you want to speak, just please put your name on the list. Okay, Councillor Sachs to speak.
Mike. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I'll be very brief. I just want to point out how important this agreement is. We need Toronto Hydro to be able to repair its infrastructure, a lot of it which is getting very old. We need Toronto Hydro to be able to support the extraordinary population growth of this city. We need Toronto Hydro to be able to support our climate and air quality objectives. And all of that takes money. The Toronto Hydro financing system requires a balance between equity, which the city owns, and debt. And that balance would be lost to the great prejudice of the city unless we were able to make a deal that allowed that balance to be kept, as Toronto Hydro has to go through unprecedented growth. And this agreement allows us to do exactly that. So it's an enormously important investment in the present and future of the city. As the blows of hammer of climate change become stronger, we need our electrical grid to be able to withstand it and to continue to provide everything that we depend on. The agreement here is a result of years of work and very intense work by Toronto Hydro, by city staff, by our CFO and others to find a way to be able to make this critically important transition. And my congratulations and thanks to everybody involved. Please vote for this.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be really brief. I had the privilege of serving on the Toronto Hydro Board for about 9 years. And I would say in that time that I appreciate how exciting the work is and how important it is for this city. And as Councillor Sachs has mentioned to you, this report is very, very important and at the heart of the work that they do. And it's about the future, and it's about the quality of life in our city. There's one other item on council. I'm going to just take a moment to say thank you to all of those that were involved in doing this work. That is both the Toronto Hydro staff and the Toronto Public Service. But I also know that another council item refers to new board members being appointed. And being a board member there for 9 years, I got to know many of the people that dedicated their time that will now be ending their term. Specifically, Michael Nobrega, Mary Ellen Richardson, the Honorable Howard Wetston, and Heather Zordell. And it was a privilege to work with such talented board members whose efforts would have contributed to the report that you see before us and the overall work of Toronto Hydro. And, there isn't always a moment at City Council to say thank you to people that, worked for 8 years, and that time I worked with them. So I just wanted to take this second to acknowledge that in case there wasn't time when the item is dealt with later on regarding the board members. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So on the item, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. So members of council, the next timed item is until 2 o'clock. So we'll go to the next item, which would be IE 13.4, revised free-floating car share program. Councillor McKelvey held the item down, but do we have any questions to staff on the item? Is Councillor McKelvey on the line? No. Okay. Okay, so we'll hold the item down then. Okay. But we can go to the next one, Councillor Fletcher. It's yours.
No, that's been timed. That's been timed.
The alter. Right, so the next item is the third item, DM 19.1, 5051, 5061 Yonge Street. Councillor Cheng, do you have questions?
Sorry, we're still working on this.
So you're not ready?
I'm not ready, thank you.
Okay. So the next one would be EX 15.3, the homelessness services capital infrastructure. Councillor Bravo, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
Speaker, I don't. So if there are
Okay,
no
just a
other-
sec. Let me ask if anybody else. Does anybody have any questions to staff on EX 15.3? Come on, members, look at, because I don't want to start the speakers and then people say, you didn't tell me. Advancing the homelessness. Councillor Holyday, you have a question? Okay, can you please put your name on the list? You can't? It's not working? Oh, here it is. It's on the list. So, Councillor Holyday, to ask questions.
Thank you to the clerks for doing that. I have a bit of a glitch, which I'll fix. Speaker, my question is to the staff. Hopefully they're here. There's a sort of a crossover with one of the other items on the council agenda, and it talks about this strategy looking at, I think it's micro shelter options. And it's within the work of this strategy, if I remember correctly. And this came up rather fast, so I don't have my notes. But could you tell me what that means?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, so we are, as Council has supported us, putting forth a capital plan that would assist us to build out the base shelter system by up to 20 locations to allow us to exit the very high-cost hotel sites that we're in. Staff are currently working to release a proposal call to the community to get the community's best ideas with respect to those shelter programs. And the idea of a micro shelter could be received through that call for community proposals.
So hang on, what is it?
What is a micro shelter?
Yeah, no.
Yes, through the speaker to you, Councillor. So, through our jurisdictional scan and working with other cities, we see, places like Kitchener, Waterloo, Peterborough, putting together basically what is a very small shelter self-contained, where individuals might stay heated, cool during the summer, in clusters of small shelters with wraparound supports. And these programs are geared for the most part to people that have traditionally been living outside in parks or other public spaces.
So is it like a trailer?
It's not a derivable mobile shelter, but you can move them. They are purpose-built to be used, moved by a forklift on a flatbed truck and moved if that's required.
So when most people think of a shelter, they think of perhaps more of an institutional setting, a room with beds or rooms and maybe shared facilities and so on. So what you're describing here is a small container for, I don't know, one person or maybe like a very small scale thing that sits on its own. Does it have a bathroom? A kitchen?
Through the speaker, the models that have been set up, no, they would be clusters of these small shelters. So for instance, in Waterloo and Kitchener, clusters of 40 to 50 small shelters with then a communal base kitchen facility, showers and washrooms that people would access.
So, okay. So, and where would they go?
Well, at this point, and through our work, we haven't identified a potential site for any of the new shelter programs that we'd be introducing, but we're currently working to see what opportunities exist both in the private sector and on city land.
So like way up in northern Ontario or far north, they have mining camps and logging camps. Is that my understanding? This is kind of like that, like dedicated living units and then communal facilities that you walk to?
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
We visited sites in Kitchener and Waterloo, and again, clusters of small shelters with a common facility for showers, washroom, kitchen.
How do we consult with the community? And I use the word consult with the communities in the city that would be hosting these type of places?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, currently there's not a plan to develop these sites.
Okay.
We will be releasing a call and receiving proposals, but at the most recent Economic Community Development Committee, we had a lot of deputations from interested community members on this type of model, and as I note, there are models being produced in other communities in Ontario.
Any landowners offering up their land to put this on?
I can't say I've heard from any landowners currently that have come
But
forward.
eventually it's going to come down to location. Like, how on earth are the people that live near the locations currently going to have a say in the conversation? I mean, I think it's kind of big to have a potential to have a site set up like this. And how's that going to get out so that people can bring their opinions to council about what they think about it?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, again, this is a concept and idea, and we as city staff wouldn't see it that dissimilar to the introduction of a shelter program in a community that would house about the same number of people, have the same wraparound supports, and would be serving people experiencing
Do we
homelessness.
typically disclose the location before it's committed to?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, no, we don't. Through talking with council and receiving direction, we do have a siting process. That siting process for shelter is very much about engaging communities on the successful integration of these programs within their neighborhoods.
You said engage. That's different than consult, is it not?
That was your last question, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, consulting on how a shelter can integrate into community is something that we do. Consulting on the location of these shelters is not something we do with the public. We follow, planning guidance and zoning with respect to where they are able to be located, and then look for opportunities to site properties accordingly.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To Gord Tanner, a few questions. Is there research or data on best practices in terms of size of shelters? Because this is we're trying to build shelters across the city, and we want to make sure that the size of them is something that is recommended.
So through the speaker to you, Councillor Chang, we have through experience found that smaller shelters, but smaller shelters still with an average bed count of about 80 people, make the most sense with respect to the wraparound supports you provide to people, economies of scale in terms of renovating and providing a building. So that is what we're looking at with respect to these new shelter sites.
And is there data and research beyond our own experience that supports this 80-bed model?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I don't have something to provide you right now, but I could get back to you on that.
Great, thank you. As you know, I value community participation, and I think it's so important when we bring a large group of vulnerable people into our communities. Some of our communities are unprepared and don't really know how to play a role, and instead they are afraid when shelters land in their communities. And I'm wondering, do you think that we need a funding model, including a legislation that requires some kind of role within our shelter system that is focused on the community engagement piece? Because we see that staffing a shelter is often very difficult, and they're often understaffed, and as a result, the capacity and the designation of someone whose role it is to build bridges and even to empower community members to volunteer and be part of the resources and supports for the new neighbors that are arriving into our communities, that currently does not really exist, and instead we get people who are shocked at the new neighbors, they don't have relationship, and so I'm just wondering, do you see a role for the city to have some kind of requirement as we build out these shelters that in our RFPs and in our funding model that we should consider requiring that
Councillor
role?
Chang, please ask the question
Yeah.
so we can answer it.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, through the speaker to you, Councillor, certainly, and through our conversations, I think that there's added value when we have somebody within a shelter program whose responsibility is to build good relationships with neighbors, to seek opportunities for people to volunteer and get involved. And we do that in various ways right now across the system. I can tell you that through my experience in opening many shelters over the years in the City of Toronto, often there is a fear from communities. They're looking for information to understand, and opening those opportunities to get people involved before the shelter opens ultimately can lead to better success for these programs when they open.
So in this capital plan that is before us, at what point in the implementation would we visit some kind of policy or funding model so that we can ensure that this is included in the implementation of these new shelters?
So before you today is really recommendations seeking Council's authority to move some capital funding into our budget so that we can get started with the acquisition of 5 shelters this year. It would be through the annual budget process. We'd be looking at the operating dollars for these locations, and I would anticipate that could be likely in 2026 before the first ones open.
And my last question is around the tiny shelter, I think, camp proposal that Councillor Holyday was talking about, and more to the point of, is there a possibility of sanctioned encampment locations? Because we know that some of the current encampments are in locations with close proximity to children, and community members are very concerned sometimes with aggressive interactions that they've had, and in the absence of enough shelter beds and the timeline to build tiny shelters, we're really far from that. Is there an opportunity to identify potential locations for sanctioned and supported encampment locations?
That was your last question.
So through the speaker, Councillor, we have another report at this cycle of council specifically talking about our encampment approach and strategic approach to encampments. I wonder if you might, I don't know if it's my position to suggest maybe we talk about that within the context of that report. But certainly, that is something that other communities have done, but I'm sure we'll be speaking more about that when the report comes.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And before I ask Mr. Tanner questions, I just want to thank him for the great work that he does. And so my first question, Mr. Tanner, to you, when you look at the challenges that we're having today in the city with respect to homelessness and the need to create accommodation for folks, what is your vision? And I realize we're working on a strategy here and so on, but is there going to be a time in the city of Toronto where we will no longer need shelters?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Thompson, that would be a hope and a dream, but it's not something that we foresee happening in the immediate
So the answer is no?
No.
Right. And so recently we talked about moving people from the hotel shelters into more permanent housing. Was that correct? You brought a report, a strategy in terms of dealing with that?
That's correct.
So today you're bringing a report that looks at capital infrastructure for clusters of shelters. Is that correct? Is that what we're doing today?
Today we're seeking some initial capital funding so that we can start that process to acquire 5 sites before the end of the year as part of that transition out of shelter hotels.
So you and I have had this conversation before, and it has been my perspective and my view that we need to invest the money into more permanent housing. But you're not recommending that. You're looking at still advancing more infrastructure funding for more shelters. In this case, they're clusters smaller.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, we are seeking support to build out some additional base shelter programs, but support alongside our work with the Housing Secretariat, investments must be made in support of and affordable housing.
I've noticed there are a number of cities in the U.S. that are providing funding to those who are homeless so that they can actually go out and find accommodation in the private sector and so on. We don't seem to be taking that approach. Can you maybe tell us why? Our approach is to build more of the shelters, and in this case, we're looking at a different version, smaller, with respect to the cluster. I understand that in the U.S. that some of those programs are working. Have you been looking at those as an opportunity for us to get more people into more permanent housing?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, so two points I would make. We do have income support programs that most people in shelters receive. The funding for those programs for shelter are not adequate enough for people to find private market housing. But we also rely on the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit, which are housing benefits that would top up people's base income on income supports, and we've used those very effectively to assist people to find housing in the private market. We are currently out of those benefits, though.
So, with respect to the current need for more housing for people who are experiencing homelessness, have you done a most recent count in terms of what is the transitional changes that are being caused into people's lives that creates this condition, need for more assistance in terms of housing? Is it simply the financial pressure, people losing their jobs, mental health issues? What are all these sort of transactional changes in the lives of people that we could maybe take a look at? Have you done that work?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, certainly what you mentioned are some of the key factors. I would add to that issues of immigration, issues related to child welfare, criminal justice. And so, we have, through this council, for some time been seeking better coordination from provincial systems that have a mandate to work in these spaces, and we think there could be much benefit from that. Without significant additional funding, the coordination is really key to this work.
So my final question to you in terms of the coordination, what is actually being done in terms of creating this collaborative, coordinated approach so we can really make a further dent in terms of addressing this issue and creating better conditions and better opportunities for people to have more permanent housing in terms of that relationship?
Yeah, through the speaker to you, Councillor, many intergovernmental conversations continue. Just this week, we hosted a 3-level government meeting here in the chamber with IRCC and other ministries related to immigration. And so those conversations continue with key members of the other levels of government.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's wonderful to see that all the members of council are listening to the debate. Okay. Councillor Bravo, questions?
Thank you, through you, Speaker, to the General Manager of Toronto Shelter Services and Supports. What's before us is really advancing a strategy that Council adopted before, and some of the questions indicate that perhaps there's a tension between whether we're investing in housing and shelter. Is it fair to say that providing shelter and then potentially transitional housing is a way to make sure that people, once they get housing, are able to retain it because they're prepared for it?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Bravo, I'll start, and maybe my colleague Abby Baum would have something to add. But certainly there's a need for people to have immediate access to shelter. And we see the need, an unmet need that we're unable to satisfy each day. We see people in our parks, and so we feel that some emergency shelter capacity is needed. And so that is a standpoint from the shelter side. But on the housing side,
Through the Speaker, just briefly, we continue to collaborate very closely with our colleagues, and it's always, I think, important to recognise investment in housing and shelters as an important pieces that go together. We're actually reinforcing and increasing our investment in housing, particularly around supportive housing, which enables us to operate a housing first model, which is very well designed for people experiencing homelessness to help them make that permanent transition.
Right, so ultimately we have the shared goal that what we want is to get people into permanent housing.
Absolutely.
So that's good to know. And as we build out the purpose-built or leased and renovated right-sized shelters, does this enable the division to be able to deliver programs that are suitable to the populations that are within our shelters? And can you verify that it's a range of people with very high needs who need a lot of supports, and people that are working live in our shelters? Is that accurate?
yes, through the chair, that's very accurate.
So, right, what we're talking about here is having the means to be able to meet the needs of people, prepare them for housing, which is our long-term goal. And is it accurate also to say that it's not incompatible if we get to a place where we don't need shelters anymore? We're thinking about potentially turning, these shelters could be turned into permanent housing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, in fact, we're making an investment in creating the ladder that it starts from potentially being on the street into a shelter, into permanent housing, and that these things go together and will help us to make sure that people have a roof over their head, have the means to be able to support themselves if they can work, or get the help and the support that they need if they need extra. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what we're talking about here really comes down to a more prudent use of our very scarce dollars so that we can actually respond better and have and bring down the per person cost. This is a big part of this as well, isn't it?
Yes, through the Speaker to you, Councillor, custom designed shelters for various program models built for safety, longevity, and are more cost-effective assets for the city.
Right, so good for unhoused people, good for the city budget, good for the residents of Toronto.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will now go to speakers. Okay, Councillor Bravo, you held the item down to speak, if you can. Okay, Councillor Bravo to speak.
Yeah, no, I was hoping to speak second.
Oh, you
last.
want to speak
yeah,
last?
after last, sorry.
Okay, all right, sorry. Why?
If a member holds the item, the bylaw requires the member must speak.
If Councillor Bravo, if the member holds it down, they have to speak first. So Councillor Bravo to speak. Go.
Yeah, well, I will know.
Hold
thank
on,
you.
hold on. Yes? Yes, okay, Councillor Bravo to speak. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. In general, the committee to which is the committee chair responsible for the area gets to speak last, but in this case, this is coming through executive, I understand. I think the important thing here, as we heard in the answers to the questions of the members present, is that homelessness, encampments, people having to live outdoors is probably one of the most pressing issues that we're facing in Toronto. And this is happening in cities across Canada. So, and communities, small communities across Canada. So this is something to which we have to respond. We have, during the pandemic, used a much more expensive approach, leasing large hotels. We need to wind those down. They were not ideal for the people living in them, for people working in them, for the surrounding community. The hotel owners want them back so that they can run them as hotels. And now we're in a situation where we have the expertise of the shelter division coming forward with an appropriate size of shelter. That's our goal, that we can make sure meets the needs of people by ensuring that they receive the supports that are required. The long-term goal is to get people ready to be housed, and a permanent home that people can keep, that they're not going to be evicted from, is our shared goal in this chamber. I'm 100% sure of that. This is really about taking the most fiscally prudent approach to one of our most pressing problems. Lowering the per-person cost of shelters will allow us to make sure that more people are inside. When people live outdoors, it's not just that they were ill before they lost their housing. In fact, we know from medical experts that have repeatedly come to our committee to speak that living unhoused makes you sick. I ride the subway every day to come down here and everywhere I go, and I see people sleeping on the subway wearing work boots. They worked all night in a factory, and they don't have a place to live, so they're sleeping on the subway. This is the situation that we're facing, and I want to congratulate staff for doing the difficult work of identifying a path forward that's going to work for our city budget. It's going to let us do more for people. It's going to work for unhoused people, and it's going to be much better for communities where shelters are located, where people can be part of the same community. Because let's remember that people who are seeking shelter or living unhoused are our constituents, and we owe them a duty to care for them, and essentially everyone benefits out of this. So thank you. I hope that everyone will see that this is an important step that meets a lot of our goals. Prudent fiscal management, meeting the needs of communities, and meeting the needs of unhoused people, so that we have a much healthier society, lower health care costs, lower other kinds of costs around enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion. I'll read it quickly while it gets on the screen. City Council direct the GM, Toronto Shelter Sports Services, and the Executive Director, Corporate Real Estate, to include public consultation in the engagement and planning process for emergency shelters for new facilities in the Homeless Services Capital Infrastructure Strategy prior to finalizing acquisition commitments and contracts. So this is a major piece before us in Council. It's part of a series of steps that include the creation of new shelters. And we've talked a lot about this at Council and about the expansion of the city's shelter system. There's a few new parts to this report that I think are really important that councillors understand and the public understands. And what a lot of times people think about a very traditional institutional type setting where a shelter is hosted. And the process in and itself of establishing and setting those spaces can be controversial in the public. This motion hopefully will allow a public consultation to occur before those are finalized. But there's a second layer to this report that I think is really important. As new technologies evolve, and as other cities experiment with how they're dealing with this matter, and cities that are very different than Toronto, there's some interesting things that are going on out there. I think things that are very, very controversial. And so one of these was the discussion around micro shelters. So I looked up online, what could something like this be? And I got pictures very similar to this, like little buildings where somebody could sleep. They have a bed, some fittings inside. They're movable, that kind of thing. And as it was explained to us, it would be centered around facilities like a kitchen or washrooms and so on. And, kind of tongue-in-cheek, I said, is this like a logging camp or something? And, the answer back was, possibly. So I understand people are doing things to try to deal with people that are sleeping outside and maybe they don't have access to capital or facilities or time. And they put these things together as a solution. I'm not sure that this is something that the public would readily accept without having a conversation about, because it's big. As controversial as something like an encampment and an encampment location is, this could be just as controversial. So my ask of council is simply to go out and talk to people before council and the Toronto Public Services commits to these sort of things. I think people should get in on the conversation, particularly people that have lived in a neighborhood for a long time. And there's a change. We consult them in development processes. Why wouldn't we consult them in something like this? So hopefully you appreciate and understand why going out and talking to people is important. It's about them being confident in government and confident in the processes that we follow as council. And on these sort of things, I apologize to you, Speaker, because I tricked you a little bit. I clipped this thing and I said, this is what I found on. I did find it online. It's actually a garden shed from a big box store website. And I did that because it was easy to clip, but it illustrated the point. Some of these micro shelters look like a garden shed. And if that's the solution that council is potentially proposing for this, I think a conversation is needed about that. Thank you, Speaker. I see that there's a question for me.
Thank you. We do have a question. Councillor Morley, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my colleague, I just had a question with respect to a potential, hopefully friendly amendment. As my colleague knows, identifying eligible spaces for this kind of an opportunity is a very difficult practice. It's hard to find the right parameters that could fit into the needs that we have. And so looking at your motion, and I'm wondering if you would feel or consent to a friendly amendment as opposed to prior to finalizing acquisition, upon finalizing acquisition. And I'd like to share the importance of bringing on operational partners and others to be part of that consultation process is critically important and often successful once we're able to identify and move forward these opportunities. So I wondered if you would take that as a friendly amendment.
So I would put to you, Speaker, that would actually be contrary to the spirit of the motion, and I'll explain why. It's very hard to go to the public and say that a decision has been made and turn around and say it's consultation. They use the word engagement in the wording, and there's a nuance, right? Consultation implies that we are listening and seeking feedback and may modify our course or our plan. But an engagement implies something a little different. I'm not saying engagement is bad. I'm just saying it's not the same level as consultation. So if we've finalized a decision, it's very hard to go back and maintain people's confidence and say, we now would like your input. And so the motion was crafted very specifically to to address that, before finalizing something, we could tell folks that we haven't finalized this. We want to know before we sign the contract or finish the transaction. And I just felt that was an important nuance.
Thank you. I'll share some of my thoughts and my comments. Thank you.
Question?
Thank you. Councillor Perks, question?
Thank you.
Just one sec, please. There you go.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker, I'm just trying to make sure that we all understand the same rules around what the consultation is. My first question is, are you familiar with the Ontario Land Tribunal decision on the Cummer site?
A little bit, yes.
Yeah. So you're familiar with the fact that the board has ruled that the City of Toronto cannot use its zoning powers to exclude certain people.
Well, this doesn't say anything about zoning, so
Fair enough.
I couldn't
Fair
possibly.
enough. So effectively what you're saying is, next question is, you understand this is a residential use?
As the general manager said, these plans haven't even been developed. So
No, I didn't ask you whether they've been developed. It's someone living in a
couldn't-
shelter is a residential use. You understand
Councillor
that?
Perks,
Tell
please
you
allow
if that
Councillor Holyday to
constitutes a
answer.
residential use, Councillor Perks. We don't know. The general manager told us, and if you go on and look at some of the other micro shelters, they look like trailers. I can't tell you that that's a residential use. That's a very interesting legal question.
It's actually not an interesting legal question. It's something that's well established. So my final question, I haven't asked a question yet.
Councillor Holyday,
Can I
please
finish
allow
answering?
Councillor Perks Hatso to ask the question.
All right. Let him.
Okay, given that it's well established in law that shelters are a residential use, given that the Ontario Land Tribunal said we cannot ask the question who lives here, only whether it's for a place for someone to live, what is the substance of the consultation that you imagine?
Well, there's lots of agreements, acquisitions, commitments, and contracts that go into things like this. Whether this is more along the lines of an encampment or a residential use, I cannot answer that question. It's a very interesting one. Regardless of what you think the Ontario Land Tribunal says, if we are to maintain the confidence of the public that elected us here, fundamentally, we should be asking them what they think of these things before we've already approved them. Otherwise, it's not a consultation.
So you think we should be consulting on all of the contracts that we do in the city? Is that what you're saying?
That is not what this motion says.
So you're not consulting on the contracts?
It says that we should be consulting on things like this.
So, but in your earlier answer, you said there's contracts and so on and so forth. So,
well,
I just want to be clear. You're not asking. You're just, if I could get my question out.
Yep. Okay.
So I just want to be
last question.
I want to be crystal clear. You're not suggesting the city have consultations on every contract that we do. You're not suggesting that the city should consult on what kind of people live there. What is it exactly you want to consult on?
Well, considering we don't know exactly what the proposals will be, just as the general manager has told us, I can't possibly define on the council floor at this point in time what the consultation is going to look like. This motion is a direction, and it is a fundamental concept. If you disagree with it, I understand that, but I'm putting a direction before council, and that will unfold as the details unfold through the process that is laid out in this report, and as the GM referred to, we don't know yet.
Thank you. Councillor Morley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I just wanted to thank staff for their incredibly hard work in this very challenging file. We have been navigating, as I'm sure all my colleagues in all wards across the city, a lot of challenges as it relates to our unhoused population, whether it be encampments and parks that I've never seen folks taking up shelter there, or other challenges related to the impacts of this reality that we're struggling with. In Etobicoke Lakeshore specifically, a significant portion of our unhoused population are in fact seniors in the City of Toronto. And I find it absolutely unconscionable that we would not take this responsibility of ours deeply seriously and continue to move forward in a good way in support of staff who are leading this based on best practices and based on ensuring that people are treated with dignity, they have a place to call home that is safe, secure, heated, and cooled, especially as we continue to navigate extreme weather temperatures. We've got winter around the corner, not rushing it here, but these are very real challenges that we need to continue to address collectively with all of the resources and intentionality that we can muster as a governance body here. I had the great pleasure of joining one of my colleagues in my office and going out to another ward to visit a transitional housing site that was brought online in a very short period of time and has about 44 transitional housing residents opportunities there. This is an incredible space that's run by a very dedicated group of staff who build deep relationships with the folks who are housed in this particular setup. There's wraparound supports, there's 24-hour presence of staff on site, and there was deep consultative and collaborative work done with the local community. Within 6 months of this being stood up and within that work really being prioritized in terms of the community engagement, conversation, education, coming along the journey, there is, as reported by the folks who operate this particular site, very minimal to no concerns from local residents about how this site has been able to appropriately integrate into the neighborhood once it was selected and once the operational partner was brought on. So I just wanted to, and in my line of questioning to my colleague, Councillor Holiday, I really wanted to emphasize that I do agree in the extreme value and importance of bringing local community into the process and along the journey, but giving folks who are comfortably housed a choice as to whether or not those who are struggling and marginalized, the decision as to whether or not we move forward with opportunities for these folks, I don't think is the right approach. I do think that that needs to be really thoughtfully done, and we do have great examples in our city of how we get there. So I just wanted to speak in support of this work. Again, my gratitude to staff for their leadership, and I will be supporting the recommendations before us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, we'll recess to 2 o'clock.
Testing. 1 2 1 2. Hey hey
One,
hey
two,
hey.
one, two.
1
Wow,
2 1 2.
slightly difference. When I speak to telephone, microphone is much better. Hey Patrick, can you just, I mean, maybe from 80 to 90, the level, the PC. Yeah, the WebEx. From 80 to, yeah, from 80 to 90 maybe, just check.
Like I said, we can wait, or we can double check with Lenny, just to make sure, right? You know what I mean, right?
1 2 1 2. Hello hello. Check check. Check 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 check. Hey hey hey. Hey hey 1 2.
Hey, hey,
Test
1,
test.
2.
1 2. Oh.
If you can please take your seats. Okay, thank you. Before we start, I understand Mayor Chow, you would like to make a brief announcement?
It's not an announcement. From time to time, I have the pleasure to declare a month, and it's an honor to, as the Mayor of Toronto and on behalf of Toronto City Council, proclaim June 2024 as Indigenous Peoples Month. And it is to honor and celebrate First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in Toronto and all of Turtle Island. Toronto is on the traditional territories of many nations who have existed on these lands for over a millennium. This month provides us with a valuable opportunity to learn more about Indigenous culture, history, heritage, customs, and traditions. It is a time to celebrate and recognize Indigenous peoples' significant contributions to Toronto's social, cultural, economic, and political fabric. We are committed to learning how to restore truth, right relations, and share power, make reparations, and take actions for justice through the City of Toronto's Reconciliation Action Plan. And this plan reaffirms the city's commitment to working with Indigenous communities across Toronto and doing the hard work needed to contribute to the visibility and overall well-being of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in Toronto. These actions include placemaking and placekeeping, supporting economic development and prosperity, increasing civic engagement, honoring Indigenous ways of knowing and being, and recognizing rights to self-determination and self-governance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, members of council, the item that we were dealing with before lunch, we do have a timed item for 2 o'clock, which is PH 13.8. So we'll go to that item and then go back to the item. Oh, sorry, I didn't see this. Okay. Wow.
We don't want to let her go. We don't want to let her go. Yes.
Okay, members of council, please rise if you're able to join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of the Honorable Jim Peterson. Thank you. Members, we do have a presentation this afternoon to recognize Carrie von Bacchus on the occasion of her retirement as an interim chief planner and executive director of city planning. I would now like to call upon Mayor Chow to speak.
Good afternoon. Today, I'd like to recognize interim chief planner and executive director of city planning, Carrie Borvakis, who has decided to retire after a successful 40 years career. I want to welcome Carrie's husband of 38 years, George Borvakis, and you're here, right? Thank you. Wonderful to see you here today. Carrie will be greatly missed by city planning staff and her colleagues throughout the city. Carrie took on the role of interim chief planner and executive director of city planning in December, leading the planning division through a time of change. Carrie stepped into the role without missing a beat, and the planning team continued to deliver outstanding work, earning numerous compliments from councillors and members of the development industry. She's no stranger to big challenges, having held numerous roles and responsibilities over her career. Currently overseeing a diverse portfolio including community planning, strategic initiative, citywide policy development, research, transportation planning, urban design, zoning, and heritage. Before her current role, she was the Director of Strategic Initiatives, Policy Analysis, where she led the 2 official plan reviews, numerous local area studies, the new secondary plans for the Consumers Park area, Don Mills and Eglinton, and the Christie Lands in Etobicoke, as well as the city's inclusionary zoning policy framework. Carrie always thinks ahead, making sure the city's policy framework respond to changing economic, social, and environmental factors. Born and raised in Toronto, she has been proud to lead a team that helps shape the future of her city. On her few moments that she has some time, she was the president of Markham Aquatic Club, where her sons both swam. She's dedicated to her work, and apparently, and I think that your partner could declare it's true, that she's known to take work calls from Greece. Like, why would anyone do that? You know, like, this is commitment. She is what we call fondly, because I'm one of those, old school, and her office in Metro Hall is filled with so many papers and folders, you might think it's the reference library. She even has files going back to when I was a city councillor. Now, this is very old school. We're really going to miss you, Carrie. Effective July 3rd, you are going to be retiring now, end of June. So as of July 3rd, Kyle Koenig, the Director of Zoning and Secretary Treasurer, Committee of Adjustment, has agreed to step into your big shoes as the Chief Planner and Executive Director on an interim basis. Thank God he's young. Very young. While the city completes its recruitment process, I dare to say that because I'm, probably older than you are. Please join me in welcoming Kyle and wishing Carrie all the best in her retirement. Thank you so much.
Whoa, I'm a little overwhelmed, I have to tell you all. So I'm going to take 3 minutes, so you don't have to cut me off.
No, you actually, Carrie, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, but I cut it down to 3. But thank you all. I want to thank Mayor Chow and members of council. And I want to start by acknowledging the work that you all do. You have one of the most challenging jobs, one that requires you to work day and night and weekends. It is a lifelong commitment while you're in this position. You make tough decisions in the interest of our city, both in the immediate and the long term. And I commend you for your courage and passion you demonstrate day in and day out in making these decisions. I'd also like to thank Paul Johnson and Jag Sharma and all the deputy city managers whose leadership in the city on the staff side of things is a crucial and undoubtedly challenging responsibility. And it's one that they undertake with efficiency, poise, and a clear vision for Toronto. I also want to thank the staff in the Chief Planner's office, who welcomed and supported me in my role as Interim Chief Planner and Executive Director, and ensured I stayed on top of things, given the myriad of demands placed on the Chief Planner and the broader management team. So to all of you, thank you so much. To the City Planning Director team, this is a group of professionals who are truly committed to advancing the best outcomes for the city at large. And it's a role that takes an incredible amount of skill to listen to different perspectives, find solutions, and to strike a balance to ensure that this great city continues to grow, but all the while protecting the public interest. I also want to thank you so much for coming out, all of you, the City Planning Division en masse, who've been supportive and professional in advancing the work that has continued to flow into this chamber and to which you'll be considering all today. You do a tremendous amount of work that is seen in this chamber, but you also do a tremendous amount of work that is done behind the scenes that is often not seen. And that's working with residents associations, tenants, individual homeowners who just don't understand how the city operates, to ratepayer associations, special interest groups, and of course the development industry. One of the things that I've encouraged people to do is to demonstrate curiosity. Because from my perspective, curiosity is the key to understanding different perspectives which are critical to advancing our work. And I am so proud to have been able to work alongside such committed individuals. Okay, now the tears might start. I really swore I wasn't going to do this. But you all do it to make the city a better place. To my colleagues in many divisions, thank you over the years for your collegiality and support in helping us to advance the work of city planning. It has been so important in advancing our policy frameworks. On a personal level, I want to thank my family. And to start with, I'm going to thank my mother, who taught me many things. The importance of hard work, being chief among them, and I get my work ethic and thoroughness from her, and I think that served me well over the years. Now, this is where when I practiced this, I broke down crying all the time. So let's see if I can do it without it. A big heartfelt thank you to my husband, who has so generously tolerated my absence more frequently of late in the current role, and who is, if not exactly tolerated, at least partly tuned out my persistent attempts to share with him all the intricacies of city planning and civics and all its complexities. I've never been bored with the work that we do. George, I'm going to attempt to broaden our conversations when we go on our walks. Without his support over the years, I would not have had the time to dedicate myself to the positions I've had within the city. To my sons who couldn't be here today, they have given me their unwavering support. In fact, they encouraged me when I was asked to take on this role to do it. They said, "You would always regret it, Mom. Don't leave with any regrets ever." They have watched me grow in my career, and I've watched them grow into the wonderful adults that they are now. So thank you to my family. Both of my sons, by the way, are employed in the public service, and I like to think maybe I had a little something to do with their decisions. My planning career at the municipal level was the fulfillment of my dream. From early days, I started as a community planner to the time in policy. I felt blessed to be given the opportunity to make a positive contribution to city planning. I know the future is filled with many challenges, but I know with your collective efforts and commitment to make the hard judgment calls on controversial issues, that the city will continue to provide first-rate service and decision-making, and that's up to all of you in this chamber, and for that I'm truly thankful. The chamber is filled with exceptional group of talented people, and I've had the privilege to have worked with, and thank you for that opportunity. I'm proud to call myself a public servant and a Torontonian. My gratitude to you is boundless. Thank you.
Members, before the recess, I reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. I believe we have 18 members. So if we can, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, I definitely have. I definitely have a motion, but I'm not sure which one they're putting up.
Okay, the Councillor, they'll put the motion on the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just wait a sec till they put it on the screen.
Yes.
Okay, there it is.
Thank you. So I'm asking for leave to introduce this motion. It's a request for the city solicitor to attend at the Toronto Local Appeal Body on an appeal from a committee of adjustment matter.
Okay, all in favor, show of hands, opposed if any carried. Another one? Councillor Sachs, you have another one?
I do. Yes, so we need, this is asking for permission to make a construction management agreement for the creation of chimney swift replacement habitat in Bud Sugarman Park as requested by Parks, Forestry and Recreation. Negotiations on this have been undergoing all winter and suddenly realized we actually have to have council's approval to make this agreement.
Okay, all in favor, show of hands, opposed if any carried.
There should be one more.
Councillor Perks.
Speaker, I move that I be permitted to add to the agenda of today's meeting an urgent motion without notice concerning 2267 Dundas Street West, request for city solicitor to attend at the Toronto Local Appeal Body. It's urgent because the appeal body hearing is expected to be scheduled imminently. There you go.
Okay, all in favor, show of hands, opposed if any carried.
I thought I had another one as well.
No, hold on.
Okay.
Oh, Councillor Perks, yes, the second one is going up.
I move that I be permitted to add to the agenda of today's meeting an urgent motion without notice concerning authorization to provide property tax relief for community nonprofit housing rental housing at 26 Maynard. It is urgent because the Neighborhood Land Trust operates the project with deeply affordable rent levels for lower income residents, and the property tax relief recommended by this motion will contribute to the financial stability of the project by alleviating these operating pressures while maintaining service levels for residents and ensuring the building can be maintained in a state of good repair.
All in favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks?
Yes, Speaker. We did approve an item on the agenda earlier and neglected to move the supplementary, and I'm wondering if it would be appropriate now. It's PH 13-3.
Is that something you want to reopen?
I have to reopen it in order to move the supplementary.
Okay, so if we can open the item?
So I move that in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 27, Council Procedures, City Council reconsider item PH 13.3 headed 244 for Eglinton Avenue East zoning amendment decision report for approval.
Show of hands, carried.
Speaker, I would now like to move that City Council adopt the following recommendations in the supplementary report, June 24, 2024, from the Interim Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning. Hey, maybe this is the last thing she ever did. That City Council delete recommendation 1 from PH 13.3244 Eglinton Avenue East. Can I take the rest as read?
Yeah, you don't have to read the rest of it. Okay. So on the amendment,
supplementary.
on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
Thank you, Speaker.
Oh, you want a recorded vote? Councillor Thompson has asked for a recorded vote. On item is amended? Yes, item is amended, recorded.
Councillor Cheng, your vote, please. Councillor Matlow, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative, thank you. Speaker, the item as amended is adopted unanimously, 23 in favor.
Thank you. Okay, I see Councillor McKelvey, you have your name on the screen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I can do quick releases. The first one is 14.5 on-street logistics mini hub. There was just a technical correction. There was a street name that had to be replaced.
Just one sec. What was that number again?
14.5 on-street logistics mini hub. There was just a street name. What did I say? EI? Oh, IE 14.5.
Okay. Just let's do it very slow.
Or like this. Yes.
IE 14.5? Okay. And there's the amendment. It's on the screen. On favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. So I guess we're doing quick releases right now. Okay, Councillor. Oh, sorry, Councillor McKelvey, another one?
And apologies, just in case there was questions, I want to make sure I was here and I wasn't here this morning. IE 14.5, Renew Golden Mile, that can be released. 14.6, I need glasses. I'll just lift it up.
Yeah, just one sec. Councillor McKelvey, I believe that was a timed item. Oh.
It was only if there was questions of staff that they would be here tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So if there's no questions of staff, we can release
Well,
it.
hold on. I think Councillor Holyday, just one sec. Councillor Holyday?
I'm sorry, because of the noise in the room, I missed the item number. I think you said IE 14.5, and I would like a recorded vote on that. Okay,
IE 14.6.
It's impossible to hear. I'm sorry. So we just voted on 14.6?
No, we're voting on it now.
Okay, I would like a recorded vote on 14.5 before we go to the next item. Yes, and it is my right under the procedure bylaw to ask for a recorded vote.
I'll move reopening of IE for 14.5.
No, it's not, unless it was recorded. And it's immediately following.
Okay, just one sec. Hold on. Councillor Holyday, hold on, please, one at a time. Councillor Holyday, you're asking that you want a recorded vote on 14.5.
Correct.
So we've already dealt with that item, so we want to reopen the item?
No, Speaker.
No. Okay.
Come on, Stephen. Always so impatient. He's always so impatient.
I'm calm.
Okay, so on IE 14.5 recorded vote.
Just stand by, members. Voting panel should now be live. Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Crisanti, please. Okay. Speaker, the item is amended, carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, Councillor McKelvey, now you want to release IE 14.6?
Correct.
Okay, do we need a recorded vote on that one? No? On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I just ask, are there councillors who are online? Because we can't see anybody here.
I can't see anybody either.
Madam Speaker,
Yeah,
there
you
are
could-
3 members online.
I don't know where they are.
Do we not normally have them showing online?
We're here. Can't you see us? We're here.
No, we can't see you. Our screens don't show it.
I don't know, Councillor Fletcher.
The clerks have them there.
So-
Okay, we normally see everybody.
No,
but-
you're right. We normally see it.
Okay.
So who's online, so I know who's online?
We're here.
Councillor Cole,
I
Councillor
can't hear
Perruzza,
him.
and Councillor Ainsley, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Cole and who else?
Madam Speaker, Councillor Cole and Councillor Ainsley are online.
Councillor Cole and Councillor Ainsley. All right. Councillor Cole and Councillor Ainsley. Okay?
We're here.
Okay. No, I know.
You're lucky I'm not there.
Okay. Okay, we're doing quick releases. Do you have a quick release? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Okay, just one
Madam
sec.
Speaker, it's Perruzza. Listen, I'm trying to turn on my camera, but something is preventing me from being able to do that. Could you please let the IT folks know?
Sorry.
Stop driving.
Okay, can you?
No, I'm not driving. I'm stopped
Okay,
and
members.
I'm trying to turn on the camera,
Okay,
but the
members
camera's
that-
not coming on.
Hello? Members that are on
Ah, there
video,
it is.
please.
There it is.
Please stop talking.
There it is.
Turn them off.
Stop talking.
There it is.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, quick release.
Thank you.
Okay.
CC 19.17, expropriation of 300 Commissioner Street, request for directions regarding Ontario Land Tribunal. I'm releasing that, Speaker.
Okay, just let me find it. CC 19.7?
17.
17, okay. Just a sec, let me find it. Okay, CC 19.17, Councillor Fletcher is releasing the item. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll, you have a quick release?
Holiday, if I could use his roll of red tape, because this is a red tape quick item. It's item EC 13.5.
Okay, just a sec. Let me find it first, please. EC 13.5, yes?
Quick revision to the report throughout the recommendations where it says report, it should say revised report, and that's all that's happening here. Thank you.
Okay, so on EC 13.5, Councillor Carroll is moving an amendment. It's on the screen. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. I can't, no, I'm, okay. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to release CC 19.12, 300 Burr Drive, 1755 Brimley Road, 400 to 580 Progress Avenue, and 350 Town Center Court. I simply wanted to do the following, Speaker. I wanted to thank some amazing people who have made this possible. They've spent in excess of 21 meetings to try to bring this matter to a conclusion. Ms. Kelly Dines, Mark Peel, Christian Ventresca, and Renrick Ashby for their extraordinary good work on this particular report dealing with the development at the Scarborough Town Centre, which is our downtown in the East District. And I'd like to have a recorded vote on this item. Thank you.
Okay, recorded vote on CC 19.12.
Councillor Perruzza, are you able to vote?
Yeah, I'm trying to, yes. Did you receive it?
Thank you. Speaker,
Okay.
the item is adopted unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay. Next. Councillor Chang.
I have a quick release with, the senior strategy. I think it's EC 13.4.
Let me find it. EC, okay, a plan to develop the third Toronto senior strategy?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, you like to release it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. EC 13.4, on favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an item I would like to do a quick release on. Apologies, I lost my place here. It's CC 19.18, 86 Mimico Avenue, proposed designation bylaw under the Ontario Heritage Act, consideration of objection. I would just like to quick release it, accepting staff recommendations. It's part of a series of 3 buildings that we had previously not supported the heritage designation in order to ensure that buildings could be moved forward in a good way. They've been sitting empty and derelict for some time in the community. That heritage designation on the other 2 properties went through. They've since gone up for sale. This is a third of the 3 properties that are of like construction and architecture. So we will be affirming staff's support to retain them as heritage as a group. So I would just like to quick release that one. Thank you.
19.18, all in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Councillor Holiday, quick release.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to release CC 19.11, 630 the East Mall, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing. And I do have an amendment which has been pre-circulated, including a confidential attachment. And just actually, I would like to express my thanks to Nathan Muscat in Legal Services for helping resolve the matter. This is CC 19.11.
30 the East Mall. So the motion, the amendments on the screen, all in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended, all in favor, carried. Okay, so members of council, as you know, we'll go to our timed item, which is PH 13.8, launching the rental housing supply program. So if members of council have questions to staff, if you can please put your name on the screen. Staff do a presentation. Just one sec, Councillor Perks, yes?
Yeah, can I have someone from IT? I've got the circle of death where CMP should be.
What happened?
It's just going around and around, like the little circle of death, right?
Oh.
Yeah. The death spiral, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, if we can have staff start. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors, mayor and councillors. I'm pleased to be here today, Abby Bond, Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat, to introduce to you our new rental housing supply programme. As everybody is aware here, and we have repeatedly talked to council about, that Toronto is facing two major housing challenges. One related to people experiencing homelessness, and one related to people on middle incomes, people with regular jobs in our city that are finding it hard to keep and find new housing. I would highlight that there is a report back in 2021 from the Toronto Board of Trade that also estimated that the cost of us not taking action to address these kind of gaps is costing our economy almost $8 billion a year. So since October last year and the new transformational and generational report, staff have been looking at alternatives and different ways that we can support an increase in supply in our city. Again, as everyone is aware, here are some key pressure points in our housing system. We've discussed how low our vacancy rate is. We have comparables that show that we really should have far more social housing than we have right now. And as many renters, almost half the households in our cities are renters, almost 40% of them are living in some kind of unaffordable housing with some pressure on their income as a result of their rent. So the report here today is to highlight a new rental housing supply program, and it's targeting the creation of 3 types of housing, from rent geared to income, affordable rental, and a new category that we're calling rent-controlled homes. And we'll get into a description of each of these. So first off, rent geared to income. With our report last year, we set a new target for rent geared to income homes. As you can see, these are individual rents for units, where the rent does not exceed 30% of that particular household's income. As you can see, it's very targeted for those households who are on Ontario Works or ODSP, and it's perfect for that kind of housing option. However, we have far few of this in our city right now. The income ranges are up to $53,500, up to $82,500 for those people who need 4 bedrooms and more. The next category is income-based affordable rental housing. With this report, we're introducing or bringing in our new income-based affordable housing. This is in line with our official development plan. You can see on the right the rents and the incomes that can be supported through these rents. I would highlight that setting new targets for RGI housing and affordable rental with an income-based definition has the result of potentially lowering rent revenues from buildings, and so making projects far less viable initially and over time, but more affordable. So this is what we're trying to address with this report. The new category that we're creating is community housing rent-controlled homes. This is creating rent control in lieu of homes that would otherwise be built after 2018 where there is no rent control. Again, to support mid-market rental, these rents can go up to 150% average market rent. These units would be secured for 40 years or more and with a target of 99 years. And you can see there the rents and the incomes that relate to this new type of housing. So how have we responded to this? We have 5 main areas of response here that are highlighted, and I'll run through them quickly for you. So the first is a pilot community housing pre-development fund. This is a brand new pilot. We have identified $10 million in funding in this report. We would allocate around $50,000 per home in grants and repayable interest-free loans, enabling the community housing sector to fast-track and get moving on sites that they want to bring forward. This helps them with the pre-development costs. And in this report, we've identified $16 million in funding. This is our first round, and we'll be issuing another round for this funding later in the summer. Another key focus has been unsticking affordable housing projects that have been stuck in the pipeline for too long as a result of some of the macroeconomic conditions. This report proposes to invest $351 million in 18 housing projects, delivering around almost 6,000 homes, including 2,500 RGI and affordable rental homes. We've prioritized sites which are in partnership or on community housing sector land, and including those on public land, and targeting sites where construction can start in 2024 or 2025. Our new capital funding framework, which will build on from this initial investment, we will be able to issue a call for applications later in the summer to allocate new capital to new RGI and affordable units of up to $260,000 per unit. You can see the criteria, which are very much in line with the criteria we used to evaluate what was in the pipeline already, but is really prioritizing those projects which have deeper affordability for longer affordability terms, and which have secured other types of funding from other levels of government, and also who have earlier construction start dates. In terms of the financial incentive package, in addition to the grant amount for $260,000 for RGI homes, they will also be receiving a full package of building permit, planning application fees, and property tax provided on a rolling and ongoing basis. And again, these are for RGI homes for at least 40 years, ideally 99. Again, the financial incentive package that's available for affordable rental housing will be available in addition to the grant funding, again, waiving building permit, building application fees, and property tax exemption. It goes beyond for the community housing sector, what they're able to achieve under the provincial guidelines. Again, we're looking for longer-term affordability and for the rents in these units to increase by no more than the guideline. And then coming to the end here, really it's about what are the financial incentives that are available for the new rent-controlled homes. These homes are not eligible for capital grant funding, but they would be able to secure for the community housing sector building permit fees all the way through to property tax. We're proposing an affordability level, as I said before, of up to 150% AMR for a minimum of 40 years, ideally 99. And we've been proposing that the rents increase by no more than the guideline +2. On turnover, those rents are being capped at 150% AMR for that year. And that concludes, one more slide, apologies. I also wanted to highlight the fact that we're expediting development review and approvals for all of these projects. Again, we've been prioritizing projects where we can get into the ground quickly, and so we will play our part in doing that through our new development review division in development growth. Finally, I just want to highlight the supplementary report that you received. We were asked to provide more information about the proposed approach to rent control in the rental housing supply program. And so that additional information is designed to show you how we're trying to balance the certainty for households renting new homes and the community housing provider's ability to have sufficient rental revenue to both maintain the building and also to get the capital financing, get the project built. Through our analysis, we have found that we either need to do both things of have additional rent increases over time and or increase the amount of capital funding that are going into these projects in the early part of their creation. We plan to work with community housing partners to support them with this program to always achieve the rent control at the provincial guideline where possible. And now that does conclude the presentation for you, and we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Do we have any questions to staff? If you can please put your name on. Okay, Councillor Holiday, questions to staff.
Thank you. To Mr. Conforti, I wondered if you could give me a brief overview of how the financing from the city works on this package. Through you, Madam Speaker, I can begin, and then I may turn it over to Abby Bond to provide a little more details. It is looking at providing incentives through the revenues that we collect through development. So that would be the revenues associated with user fees collected. Could also be related to development charges or other taxation measures to be able to provide those to be able to meet the objectives and goals of the city in terms of development. I think it's at $351 million. Is all of that coming from development charges? Sorry, I believe I missed the last part of that question. Is it all coming from development charges and fees? I'll turn over to Abby to speak into the specific details on the numbers.
Through the Speaker, the $351 million is a reallocation of from the city's capital plan. So that's pulling on a variety of different sources, including reserves and also from the tax base and from debt as well. That's a reallocation of money that was already approved that we're reallocating to these projects.
Is any of it from the city building fund?
Through the Speaker, I believe not, but we can confirm.
Okay. Ms. Bond, just before you go, more sort of general questions. Can you tell me as a percentage of the total number of households in Toronto what the end state envisions having in one of these programs?
Through the Speaker, so if I understand your question, you're asking about how many of these types of homes?
If we have about, I think it's 1 million households approximately in the city, what percentage of them would be under one of these programs?
Through the Speaker, so I think you're asking how much affordable housing should we really have in our city?
I'm getting there, yeah, that's right.
Okay, we have a target right now of 65,500 units, of which 47,000 are affordable, so that is the city's target. So this supply program is designed to incentivize that supply to come to fruition within the time period that Council has agreed.
So I took a guess at the number of households. Do we know as a percentage what that is at the end of this program?
Through the Speaker, I don't have that to hand.
Fair enough.
Yeah, sorry.
So just on a more macro view, I'm just trying to understand as a councillor what the end state looks like, what the overall vision is, understanding that this set of program is yet another increment in the city's long history. I mean, I think we heard the number 85,000 people are on the list waiting. Some of them are from outside of the city. So unless you think that there's suddenly going to be an end in demand, where do the trajectories meet at which everyone can turn around and say, we've done all the things that we need to do? Where does this go?
Through the Speaker, it's a great question because I think it highlights perhaps what we're now needing to do because of what we haven't done in the last, say, 40 years. Since the federal programs ended, we were seeing substantial amounts of affordable housing and rental housing being delivered every year across Canada, and that tailed off in the early 90s. So we're playing catch up right now, which is why we've set such an aggressive target and why we need additional resources to meet that target.
So let's say it's 10% of households in the city end up being in one of these programs. Do you have a sense of what the end state is? Is it 10%? 20, 50%, 90% is half the city subsidizing the other half? I mean, where does this all go?
Through the Speaker, so I would highlight that in one of the slides, we highlighted a Scotiabank report, which identified that in Canada, we probably need to double the amount of social housing that we have in the city in the country to be more in line with other G7 countries. So we're really looking at trying to get to at least 20% of our stock, between 20 and 30% of our stock as something that's affordable related to income.
And just to go back to the original set of questions, it's a fair takeaway to say the bulk of the funding from the city is either out of the tax base or our capital debt room or various places or foregone revenues for tax and fee waivers.
That was your last question.
Through the Speaker, that's largely correct. In recent times, we would have also been collecting revenue from DCs from the housing services, which we would have allocated here. Also in recent times, we've received money from the federal government on the Housing Accelerator Fund and more recently from the Building Faster Fund from the province. So we would anticipate being able to use those monies to support this work.
Thank you. Councillor, before we go to the next question, Councillor Mantis, you just want to make an acknowledgement in the council chambers?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I'm pleased to welcome to Toronto City Council members of the Asian Institute of Management from Manila, who specialize in fire and disaster, policing, and conservation. They are here to understand how our city works, and I would like to welcome them here in Toronto and wish them an enjoyable stay in our city. A big thank you also to Pam Cook, who is accompanying them.
Welcome. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I'm just noticing on the fund, which I think that was the motion I made, and you've incorporated it there, for the soft costs, the pre-development funds for nonprofits. That's something I felt has been missing, and I'm glad you've incorporated it there. I will ask you that what kinds of parameters are you going to put around that so that these funds are used, I'll just call it, in the highest professional way possible, and it's not the little board of directors deciding what they're going to do with that money. So belts and suspenders on that money, please.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. And through the Speaker, yes, you're correct. In many of the projects you've been supporting, you've highlighted this as a gap, and nonprofits have been struggling for a while to pay the professional fees necessary to get good applications into the city. So we're pleased to be able to try and meet that demand. In terms of the fund itself, we're highlighting we would be paying it in advance, no more than $50,000, but only paying in increments based on what the applicants need. So reviewing their costs, their plan for their costs, and also their invoices, their proof of costs as well. We're not be paying money towards directors or anything like that.
No, it's not about the cost. It's about the professional advice, the level of professional advice, not the cost of professional advice.
My apologies, Councillor. So we're hoping with this money, they can actually go out and hire professionals. And so we would ask them to provide us with the information up front about who they're going to be hiring and what they're going to be doing, what the scope of work is, and paying only based on whether that scope of work is met or not.
Would you consider a roster for just easy access for all of those nonprofits to be able to access the highest professional advice possible? No mistakes?
Through the Speaker, it's something we could explore with the sector. I would say that these are hired by the organizations themselves rather than through the city, but we could
No,
certainly...
I'm not talking about a city roster. I'm talking about making available
absolutely.
that roster of firms. And you are aware that in one of my developments where I used my Section 37 for that nonprofit, that they struggled on their own and another actually developer came in to assist them for those soft costs. So I'm extremely aware of the pitfalls of people that operate housing believing they know how to build it. And I'd like you to give me certainty that that will not be happening with this fund.
Through the Speaker, I think it's an excellent point. We would like to explore that to set up a roster with the sector so that they can get the best possible advice for the best price. We can certainly look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How many affordable housing units have we built in the past 10 years?
Through the Speaker, I think we have about more than 20,000 currently in the pipeline, getting ready to be built or being built. We have around, every year we're able to complete around 2,000 units. It's gone up and down over the last number of years, but I would say roughly 2,000 have been completed.
Okay. The funds that are being allocated today, are they from the BFF, the Building Faster Fund? Where are these funds from?
Through the Speaker, the funds allocated today are reallocation of funds through our capital plan. So these are city funds for the projects which we have included in the confidential attachment. But the program itself, if approved, will go on to spend money. Money through that program will come from both the BFF likely and also the Housing Accelerator Fund, all subject to further review from city staff and council.
So the funds that were allocated from that we were awarded through the BFF, was that awarded based on 2023 or 2024 targets and numbers?
Through the Speaker, that was allocated based on last year's
target, okay.
completions, yeah.
So what is our 2024 target, and are we on track? Are housing starts going up or down in the City of Toronto?
Through the Speaker, if you just bear with me a second. So for our year-to-date, we're seeing purpose-built rental starts at 2,600, around 2,600. All housing starts at just over 10,000. So purpose-built rental completions were up a little bit from last year, but completions are slightly down.
We had motions, we've talked about a dashboard. I'm looking at Deputy City Manager. What is the status of our dashboard that has the goal of 285,000 homes over 10 years, 65,000 affordable over 10 years, 18,000 supportive over 10 years?
Thank you. And through the Speaker, Deputy Mayor McKelvey, we've got the dashboard drafted against the 285,000 target. It's being refined to include the 65,000 target, and we'll be reviewing it with, essentially previewing it soon with the appropriate, not only councillors, but staff in order to ensure that we're moving in the right direction in order to finalize and put it up, I guess, on our website as well.
So will we also have a BFF target, like an annualized target now to ensure that we secure the BFF funding?
Through the Speaker, and thank you for the question. I think those are I will say the next phases of what we would do with the dashboard is how we can use it. The initial phase will address essentially our performance to the 285 and the 65,000, and then we'll look at how we can use it more effectively to track those types of items as well.
What pressure are we putting on the CMHC to improve their data collection? I've heard stories from other municipalities that there's problems with the data that is being used by the province. Are we all advocating collectively together to improve that data?
Through the Speaker, I can confirm that that's the case. In fact, Ms. Bond, I think, has indicated that there are gaps in some of the data that we are seeing from CMHC, but we speak to them on a regular basis, and we provide that feedback to them directly.
There's a saying, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. Is that true? It
is, and through the Speaker, we are making every effort to ensure that we are collecting data consistently and that it's something that it's translatable into the other levels of government as well. So we're not just looking at the data that we have internally, we're also looking at the data that's being tracked by CMHC in the province and driving consistency wherever possible.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your hard work on this.
Through the Speaker, can I just correct one thing that I said in answer to Councillor McKelvey? I misread my notes, my apologies. So I just want to highlight that housing completions were down 29% from last year, but housing completions are up.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To our Housing Secretariat, do we have a financial model for the sustainability of the RGI units that are being included in this program? Where will the not-for-profits secure funding to be able to subsidize long-term these units?
Through the Speaker, so it's something that we have been doing for a number of years, is wherever we're able to create a new RGI unit, we have been using the City of Toronto's operating budget to subsidize that on an ongoing basis. So that is why we've been able to increase the number of RGI units in the City of Toronto, and now we have a new target. We will continue on that path.
So what is the goal for us in terms of building our RGI capacity as a city?
Through the Speaker, I think it's important to say that, as we've said, more than 86,000 people are on the wait list. In an ideal world, we would not have a wait list of that size. We may not have a wait list at all.
And I'm sorry, the question was how many should we be adding, or do we have a goal of how many RGI units we would like to add in the next 5 or 10 years, let's say?
Yeah, through the Speaker, I have a target of just over 7,000 new RGI units.
And do you think that the financial burden of rent geared to income housing should come fully from our municipal operating budget, or do you think that other levels of government should also be covering part of this cost?
Through the Speaker, it's clear that the responsibility for delivery of that type of housing was downloaded to municipalities like the City of Toronto in Ontario. But I think collectively we've been clear that all levels of government have a responsibility to contribute the capital and operating necessary to get us to a more balanced housing system, and one where people don't have to wait that long for affordable housing.
The city has a lot of challenges around state of good repair, and often our financial frameworks don't really take into account how we maintain our assets. So we're behind across the city. And in terms of these new housing units, is there a potential risk 30, 40 years down the road as these units start to age, similar to our current infrastructure, that they too will create challenges for our municipal budget because our current framework is not creating the financial resources that are necessary to it's being created through this program, because we have a financial model, you're working with not-for-profits, but does the money that the models that they're putting forward, is there enough money being generated or being put aside or grants being made available to ensure that we're able to make sure that these assets are able to stay in a good state of good repair over the course of the many decades, up to 99 years of affordability?
Thanks, Councillor. Through the Speaker, it's a very important area that we pay close attention to, and it's one of the reasons why we have are resetting this particular program, because previously it perhaps did not have sufficient capital. There are two ways to go about what it is that you're suggesting. One is to make sure that new homes are created without too much debt, so that they're able to repay that mortgage, repay that debt, and also put money into capital, maintenance, a reserve as necessary, and manage any increasing costs that might happen over the years, like inflationary costs. And the other way is through operating subsidies. We've tried to move as much as possible away from ongoing operating subsidies, apart from RGI, and really set these projects up for success by making sure we're putting in enough equity, enough grants, in order that these can be sustainable over the long term. So that is absolutely our goal.
And my last question is around ODSP and OW. Are we advocating that these increases, that there'd be increases in this funding, because that also starves our ability to provide RGI?
Through the Speaker, yes, you're correct that would be another way to support the community housing sector to build more if there was more money going to people in OW and ODSP. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Housing Secretariat. We approved the open door subsidies this morning. That was the deferred item from last council, and that came to $26.2 million, roughly 68 grand per door. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, Council, which report are you referring to?
TE 13.2.
Okay, yes, that's correct.
Okay. At our December meeting of last year, 2023, we approved open door subsidies for 10 different projects. The per door subsidy that you could calculate on that ranged from $68,000 to roughly $85,000. It was about an average of $78,000 per door. You might not have that in front of you right now, but is that roughly the ballpark of what we're talking about?
That is correct. That's what we were investing previously.
Okay. So under the new rental housing supply program here today, we're looking at going from what was $78,000 per door to $260,000 up to $260,000 per door?
Through the speaker, yes, that's correct. Not all projects need the maximum, but yes.
So in the maximum case, though, that's about 3 times the subsidy that we were providing under the open door program?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, we've heard some of the questions from Councillor Chang and others. What's driving that? I'm sure rising construction costs are part of what's driving that. But what else is contributing to that? Are we buying down higher levels of affordability, longer terms? Is that a big piece in the tripling of the subsidy?
Through the speaker, yes. Part of that is supporting nonprofits to be able to buy land, but also the fact that we are trying to get new rent-getter income targets in these units where possible, and also introducing a new income definition which results in lower revenues, but more affordability. So balancing that out, we feel that it's necessary to increase the amount of equity.
Okay. And when we increase the amount of equity or increase the amount of operating dollars in the RGI side of that, what does that do in terms of our ability to, in terms of the ability of number of units that we're able to provide a subsidy for?
Through the speaker, so obviously we have constraints about the number of units that we're able to provide a subsidy for, so it could reduce it. However, we're taking the view that we have so many projects that are stuck right now that can't move forward because they've hit roadblocks around construction prices, interest rates. It's really, we've tried to prioritize actual delivery in the next 2 years. But in the future, it may come to the point if we don't continue to get our Housing Accelerator Fund or our Building Faster Fund on an annual basis, it will be certainly hard for us to continue that beyond the 10 years.
Right, and so you made a comment in response to Councillor Chang's question. We're focused more on the capital side, but the operating side is RGI, rent geared to income. And so what is this doing to manage the ongoing financial liability from an RGI perspective, if we are in fact doing more of that now?
Through the speaker, so this is something we manage through the city's operating budget on an annual basis, and you'll see a line item in there where we identify how many new units we're creating in that year, and that's something we manage. It's not usually possible for even nonprofits to deliver rent geared to income unless they're receiving Rapid Housing Initiative funding, for example, where it's really 100% equity is going into those projects. So there's not that many of them compared to the overall number.
So, and then lastly, when we look at the recent influx in cash from other levels of government, primarily the federal government, that's more one-time capital-oriented funding, and we're using the tax base to do ongoing RGI.
Through the speaker, that's correct right now, yes.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you. I just want to follow on some of the questions Councillor Bradford was asking. He was giving per-door comparisons of open door and this program. The numbers you were giving him did not include the calculation for the loss of public lands, correct?
Through the speaker, yeah, that's correct.
So the open door program was structured that the city would give public lands to someone to eventually privately own and privately profit from, but that wasn't part of your calculation in terms of how much it costs Torontonians per door.
Through the speaker, Councillor, can you just repeat the last part of that?
Sure. So the City of Toronto was going to private developers saying, here is some land we have, you give us some units, you get the rest of the land to make a profit on, and that land is gone from us forever. The value of that land was not in the calculation you gave Councillor Bradford of the per-door cost for the open door program.
Through the speaker, yeah, that's correct, yes.
Okay. Is there a city in the world of our size that is able to house people in the lower income quintiles without a robust social housing program?
Through the speaker, I would say not. Those income levels, it requires significant subsidy.
Thank you. Those were my only questions.
Thank you. Okay. Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. I have an amendment that I want to move, and the also supplementary motion, okay? And we could, this is the amendment, and there's a supplementary motion, which is, sorry, it's the report that came from the director, the executive director, supplementary report, the recommendations in there. I will go into the details of these in a minute, but before I start, I want to thank our Housing Secretariat staff for doing very good work in designing the rental housing supply program. Doesn't matter what is the political stripe, we know we need non-market housing. We know we need supportive housing. We need truly affordable housing. We all need that. We know that we have 10,000, well, actually almost 11,000 people in shelters. And unless we build affordable housing, people will continue to be stuck in shelters and not able to get back on their feet and find secure, affordable housing. And even the report from a conservative cabinet minister, Lisa Raitt, and a liberal, Mark Carney, their report said that we need to build housing. Every 10 projects we build, 4 of them needs to be non-market. But as you know, we haven't been able to do so for a long time. This report, thanks to also Councillor Gord Perks, the chair of the Planning and Housing, and other people that have been pushing forward this plan. This plan will allow us to build 6,000 units of housing, new rental homes, including 2,600 affordable rental units, and 3,380 rent control homes, right? So you've seen the figures, and you know that there are 18 projects that's in the confidential report that are ready. They are totally shovel ready. And some of these projects are in your ward, and you've quietly came over and said, let's get this going, right? So what does this report say? This report say that we will do it faster. And I just heard from one of the co-op developer that said that they put in a zoning application, and that was in April. And guess what? They have now gotten approval. That's 3 months. Imagine that. See how fast it is? Instead of 3 years in the past, it's now 3 months, which is great. So there will be a track that our planning staff is going to fast track the affordable housing because we need it. Okay, so that's happening. And the other section is that we need, the nonprofit groups need funding to get the project to start. So we are helping them with development funds. And then when they need more funds to build, there's $351 million in capital funding to help build these housing. And we are looking at starting now and also 2025. It also extends incentive fees like property tax waivers and various levies, parks levy, development charges, etc. And it's a great program that is in front of you. Now, some of you might have received a note, various emails saying, hey, but it needs to be rent controlled and it should be at the same guidelines as the provincial guideline. Yes, however, for it to be financially viable, this approach is really calibrated to make sure that there is enough financial means to go forward now, because we can't wait, and that in my amendment will ask our staff to look at other financing options to limit it if we can at the provincial guideline without compromising project viability or timing, okay? And that we want to make sure they're rent control, because right now, because it's past 2018, any buildings that are being built or rental buildings are not within the rent control law. We want to make sure these 6,000 would be within the rent control guidelines, which is what we are doing right here. So my amendment provide the staff to come back with other options, not on these 18, but any future ones, okay? So it will come back to the Planning and Housing Committee, and looking at the viability of community housing projects based on limited rent increase for rent control units at the provincial guidelines, okay? And also, the supplementary report is also extremely important. Some of you would remember CMHC said that each time we need some low-cost financing, each project has to go and apply separately. That means 18 separate applications. And the wait could be a long time. I've been told that its average could be 2 years. Now, the housing minister said it's going to be like 2 or 3 months. Well, good. If that's the case, great. But it's still 18 different applications. The federal government have been able to batch all the applications in BC and had a special agreement with the BC government, and that's what we want. We want to have a Canada, Ontario, Toronto built model similar to the federal government negotiated with the British Columbia, so that it could provide $2.6 billion in low-cost financing and $165 million in funding to support these rental units. So we're batching all these applications together, cut the red tape, one application, give us the funds, let's just get on with it, faster and a lot less administrative work on every side. So that the housing developers, the co-ops, and the nonprofit don't have to do that. And then the CMHC will also save time and save some of their money. It also asks, I'm almost done, sorry, I'm moving 3 different pieces here. We're also asking the Government of Canada, remember the Rapid Housing Initiative that we all said is really wonderful, we really need more of it. What we're asking them is to deliver it now, don't wait. Don't wait for later. We need it today. We need it now. These are supportive housing. Some of the folks are now in our shelters. They need wraparound services because some of you are saying that these folks are not getting the kind of mental health support or treatment program, and is causing a lot of hardship. Well, if we can build those supportive housing, then we can take these folks from the shelter and give them the kind of support they deserve. Then your neighborhood and all of that would be so much like, it would be much better for these folks that are now in our shelter and in our hotels also, right? There are quite in a lot of the hotels. So the second recommendation is really about the Rapid Housing Initiative. And then the third one is actually for the province of Ontario, asking them for the annual investment of $48 million for another 3 years. We appreciate the last round. We would like them to continue the next round so that we can build 3,000 more supportive housing units. So in total, it's a very comprehensive request for other levels of government, but also this report provide a roadmap to build these 6,000 units of affordable housing. So I'm very excited and thank the staff for putting all of this together and hope for your support.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
This is a very, very big report. One of the largest issues I've seen in many years at Council. And I want to remind Council about a couple of things as you think about this. At the center of this report is people. I listen to the mayor, and I mean, the mayor is right. There's a lot of people in this world that don't have enough money to put a roof over their head. There's a lot of people, and we know there's a long list of people that aspire to live inside the city of Toronto, and they don't have that ability to pay what it costs on the market to put a roof over their head. And many of them would be quite happy to sign an agreement where the government will come and subsidize their ability to live, and with that comes some terms and restrictions, knowing that this is what they've got. Unless they've got the money to move out in the future, this is what they will have to live with. I understand that, and it's a long-term commitment. It goes beyond this report. In fact, there's another report at Council where we're going to be talking about that, where leases and projects and arrangements have run their course, and the people are still living in the building. So these are very big dollars at stake, and essentially this looks to the property taxpayers of the city in many direct and indirect ways, whether it's deferred revenue or deferred fees, whether it's going directly to the tax base or through things, different funds that we raise money through. It's a big responsibility because it's more than just creating the unit. It's about its long-term life cycle and what happens at the end of the term, even if it's 99 years. I think a little bit about a story in Greek mythology. If you can visualize it, we've all seen the story of Atlas. He was a titan and he was tasked to shoulder the weight of the world. And that was the fallout. That was a punishment from a war. And Zeus said that you have to do this. And Atlas just can't just put down the world and drop it. There's people on it. And Atlas tried. He tried and tried. In fact, he actually struck a deal with Hercules at one point to shift the world over, and he went and did a task for Hercules. But Hercules tricked him and got that world back shifted on his shoulders. It's very hard for this city government to try to resolve macroeconomic issues that have to do with a gap between the income that people earn and the cost of living, never mind in the city of Toronto, not even the GTA, in the country. It's very expensive to live. And these issues can be solved through broader public policy decisions, income taxations, things that happen at the federal and somewhat at the provincial level. But in many ways, those governments have destined us or tricked us, like Atlas, to shoulder such an enormous responsibility. And despite, this report being compartmentalized, I don't see us ever being able to set this ball down. And, we're at an important point here. And instead of having those other governments pick it up like Hercules did, we're putting it right back on our shoulder. And that's important. So to wrap it up, I would just say, when people ask, why are their taxes so high in the city? Why is there a 9.5% increase? Why isn't there money to do this or do that? Point to this report and the choices that council made, shouldering something that really ought to be resolved through those upper tiers of government. And, I regret putting the taxpayers of Toronto, with all the responsibilities they have, in the position that Atlas was put in by Zeus. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. We know that it is a tall order in front of us to tackle the housing crisis and the affordability challenges here in the City of Toronto. It's gotten a lot more expensive to build housing here in this city and across the country. Interest rates that continue to be stubborn, inflation that is in fact up again, construction costs have gone through the roof, labor costs are up, land is expensive, and government fees, taxes, development charges, all of this stuff is way up. And incomes for people are not growing at the same rate. So this is the fundamental underpinning of the challenge in front of us. And so governments of all stripes at all branches are putting their heads together, trying to row in the same direction to tackle this thing. This report in front of us today is dedicating a ton of money, $351 million, more than a third of $1 billion, to effectively move forward on 2,600 affordable housing units. And as discussed in my questions with staff, that's up to $260,000 of subsidy per door. And that's quite a big jump from the $78,000 per door that we granted last year under the previous version of this program. And I want to clarify some of the questions from Councillor Perks on where he went, but I hope he's listening, because he suggested that the open door grants were on all city lands that were just given away. And again, I hope he's listening, because the 10 I referenced in December were all private lands. All of those were private lands. So that was inaccurate. And the 2 that we did this morning, private lands. Were there some back in 2016? Sure. But not what we've been doing lately. Not the 10 projects in December, Councillor Perks, and not the 2 that we did this morning. So we need to stick to the facts on this file and just acknowledge that the subsidy on a per door basis is going from $78,000 average version of the previous program to triple that, $260,000 today. We need to make sure that affordable housing units are getting built, but we also need to be mindful of the extent that we're funding on a per door basis, because as we heard, that ultimately limits our capacity to deliver more units. And it's a trade-off, and so we need to think about that. Is it better to build 10 new 2-bedroom apartments or 3 rent geared to income units? I don't necessarily know the answer to that. I mean, it's a question for us to debate, but I do know that dollars are scarce at every level of government, and the amendment that we have in front of us today from the mayor is now asking for even more dollars to go towards the units that we're already approving today to tighten rent control on them. Again, that's something that we can all decide on if we want to add an additional money to the $260,000 that we're putting on these units for the 2,600 homes. But those dollars could go further if we were allocating that affordability, if we were allocating that subsidy in a different fashion. I'm glad that our staff team have undertaken this work. Abby, thank you. Valessa, thank you. It's good work. But they'll be coming back to us this fall on the incentive programs to get more purpose-built rentals under construction. I think that's important, because we do have to think about how we're spending our tax dollars, especially the ones on the operating side on an ongoing basis. And we need to think about how we're making sure that we're getting the most ROI on that investment that we're making on these housing units, so that we can stretch affordability and maximize units for the most amount of people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Before we go to the last speaker, does anybody else want to speak? No? Okay, last speaker, Councillor Perks.
Oh, Councillor Cheng wants to speak now.
Okay, can you please put your name on the screen if you want to speak? Councillor Cheng. Okay, just a sec. Go ahead.
I'm grateful for the work that is being presented here, and I think that we need to continually be ambitious while also maintaining fiscal responsibility towards the sustainability of all the projects that are before us. One thing that has not really been touched upon is that residents who live in rent geared to income often need supports as well. And they may not need the type and level of support that supportive housing offers, but unfortunately, for example, in TCHC, if you ask them who are they and what do, they will say, we are a landlord, we are providing housing. But in fact, they often have to provide services in order to support their residents, many of whom do have many complex needs. So as we start to grow our supply of RGI, which I think is very important, I think we need to enlarge our definition of RGI housing, that it should include a level of support so that the quality of life for those who live in rent-guaranteed income housing can be improved. Because sometimes, from what I have seen through Toronto Community Housing, when the supports are not there, it can result in a very difficult and sometimes even challenging living environments for our most vulnerable in our community. So I'm glad that we are expanding our stock, but I think that our definition of RGI could use some fine-tuning so that we ensure the best outcomes for all of those who we are housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, another speaker on the list, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you very much for this really big milestone report. And I, earlier in the day, said this is the first anniversary of our mayor's election with a big housing promise, and let's build more housing with nonprofits, let's be a public builder, let's do things a little differently. And here we have this report here today, which is adding on in a more robust way to build RGI housing and support the nonprofits and co-ops in order to do that. So we have a number of different streams that we've started. We have a Housing Now stream, 1/3 condo, 1/3 rental, 1/3 affordable rental, wanting more belts and suspenders, but it was difficult. This is a new program with a lot of belts and suspenders. And it does cost a lot to build RGI housing. RGI means that somebody who is on a subsidy of some kind or low income or the working poor, they're able to live in Toronto. When we look at all of the different housing programs that we have, we were missing that slice. So to say we can build this many new units, RGI units, that haven't been built in decades. We have a firm cap on RGI that's been around for a long time. This is a brand new direction in order to supplement the housing stock with everybody being able to afford to live in Toronto. So as you remember some of the discussions we had with Housing Now, the average market rent is 80% of CMHC. That's kind of the standard. That's a fairly high rent, coming up to $1,800, $2,000, $2,400 a month, depending upon the size of the unit. The RGI units will be affordable for different income levels in the city. People that couldn't afford a average 80% of CMHC rent. They simply couldn't afford it. I think you know I've talked a lot about what happens to people that get displaced. They're displaced onto couches, they're displaced onto the street, they're displaced up into other parts of the 905, they're displaced from their school, they're displaced from their pharmacy, they're displaced from their doctor, they're displaced from their neighbors. So having a housing plan that includes everybody, that's the housing plan that we now have added in, and I hope we'll add in today. In my questioning of Ms. Bond, it was about the fund that's really needed, and I know that from my two projects, my co-op project on Queen Street, which I hope will be finished this fall, and it's a refresh plus new units, that they couldn't have done that without me taking some of that Section 37 that was put in specifically for building affordable housing and transferring it over for the soft costs. The same with one of the projects that we're looking at the Mainstay Housing. Again, for them to be able to advance their part of the project while the developer's advancing their side of the project, it would have been impossible without some of those dollars. So this will now institutionalize what's really been waiting for a long time for nonprofits to be able to do. Remember, the developer has big pockets. They know about soft costs. They've already planned for that. That little co-op, that little nonprofit, That's a very big piece of the pie in order to get it started, and it's quite expensive. So I think that's going to be a game changer, and that we can't really build all of these without that upfront soft cost dollars. So thank you very much for including that in here. And I will be supporting the motion to continue to talk about how to make sure that we get maximum rent control, because that was another issue that came up with housing. Now, how do we make these units rent controlled? RGI doesn't need rent control. They're controlled. It's 30%. The rest, we have to make sure that once you get in there, that you can afford to stay in the units that we've assisted being built in the City of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll go to the last speaker, Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Bradford asked us to stick to the facts, so let's start there. You're right. Some of the original open door was public land. Some of the more recent one, we gave some subsidy on private land. But what were we getting? We were getting 20 years of affordability at 80% of average market rent. Now we have projects that mostly are 99 years, and if not, a couple that are 40, and we are getting much deeper affordability. In other words, an entire swath of Torontonians who could never, ever have succeeded in getting an apartment through the Open Door program now have a path into a safe place to live. And instead of just 20 years and you're out, that becomes a permanent affordable unit, because at the end of the 99 years, we're just going to turn it over. So yeah, they're very different programs. That's a fact. Another fact we need to stick to is Councillor Holyday was suggesting that this is a growing cost on the Toronto tax base. Well, if you spend a minute and you go over and talk to Ms. Bond, under your program, someone in a deeply affordable unit who perhaps needs some supports wrapped around, what's all that cost a month? It's about $2,500 a month. You turn to Mr. Tanner and say, what is it costing us per month for that same individual to be in the shelter system? And it's $5,000 to $6,000. We're cutting the cost of providing these people with a roof over their head in half, because it is always better to house somebody. So those are the facts. Now let's talk a little bit about what we're really accomplishing today. In the year that Mayor Chow has been mayor, she has done the work to convince the federal government to expand the Housing Accelerator Fund. A lot of that money is in here. So yes, this is money that comes out of income tax, not just out of property tax. So that's valuable, good, hard work we've done. The report you have in front of you says 18 projects, and they're all going to get shovels in the ground between now and the end of 2025. That's a construction start every month for the next year and a half. No government in my lifetime has been building social housing at that rate. This is a once-in-a-lifetime moment that we're experiencing here today with the new leadership that Mayor Chow has brought to this, and it is way overdue. As Ms. Bond said, no major city in the world houses people across all income bands without a robust social housing program. And frankly, the piece that we've got in here to help not-for-profits and co-ops include people at higher rents meets other social goals as well. The most successful housing projects are ones with a mix of incomes. We don't want to live in a segregated city where people who can't afford market rent live in one building and people who can live in another. We want everyone in Toronto to live in any neighborhood in Toronto. That's a healthy city. We are also demonstrating that a government that's committed to the hard work of finding a way to get people who can't afford housing can do it. And it has been 30 years since any government in the province of Ontario, any municipal government, has had the courage to do that at scale. There have been a few little projects here and there, but a thought-out master plan, moving a new shovel into the ground every month, and this is not the end, is unheard of. It is a precedent. It is going to teach people right across the city that we can house everyone if we choose. And I look forward to seeing which members of this council choose. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can put the motions on the screen. Recorded vote. Okay, motion 1A by Mayor Chow. No, we're doing a recorded vote.
The voting panel is now open. Councillor Crescentia and Councillor Thompson, please. The motion carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, next motion. One B by Mayor Chow, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Crescentia. Deputy Mayor McKelvey, please. The motion carries. The vote is 23-2.
Okay, next motion. Oh, item is amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please. The item is amended, carries. The vote is 24-1.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go back to the item we were speaking on before the lunch break, which is ZX 15.3. So if we can put the speakers list on the screen for me, please. Okay. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, just wanted to just stand here and thank staff for this comprehensive report. I know a lot of work went into it. The reason why I'm actually standing up here is because of Councillor Holliday's motion and using the term public consultation. We know that prior to many moons ago, councils used to actually be very hands-on in shelters going into their spaces. And as a result, we don't have actually equitable access of shelters across the city. In my ward alone, Toronto Centre, we have 62% of social services in the ward. And my concern is that if councillors get into the nitty-gritty of where shelters may go, and public comes and consult, then no one's going to want shelters in their ward. I've experienced it myself firsthand. So I'm really happy that that responsibility is delegated to staff who have the expertise to determine where the need is greatest and make sure that the shelters are in those spaces. So I just want to stand here and say that I hope my colleagues do not support Councillor Holiday's motion because it is decisive, it is divisive, and not in the direction that we need to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Back in February, when the Homelessness Services Capital Infrastructure Strategy was before us, Council agreed to create a plan that offers something that has been desperately needed in our shelter system, and that is stability. And today we're seeing some critical next steps in fulfilling that vision and that mission, and making sure that we have shelter locations and new spaces on existing city lands, and making sure that we are also providing access to shelter spaces, not just in any one part of the city, but right across the city. So people who are in need of a safe place to be are able to do that in neighborhoods and communities that they are connected to. And that is a critical piece of us getting through the housing crisis and to the ultimate answer to the need for shelters, which is permanent, safe, affordable, secure housing in community. And this stability allows residents to build stronger connections, better bonds with community programs, with their neighbors, and allowing for us to be able to see that pathway in a much more clearer and achievable way. The path forward also creates a more equitable system that looks to build shelter spaces that are responsive to the needs of our growing communities in every part of Toronto. Also, looking at this plan, we see the creation of well-scaled shelter beds, 80 to 100 beds in a location, and we're following up from the lessons that we have learned through the pandemic. And I want to thank city staff for the incredible work in this regard to making sure that we are learning every step of the way how we do this better, and to make sure that we are demonstrating the seriousness that this issue requires in order to ensure that in a city like ours, everyone has a place to shelter safely and a place to call home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, I just want to, again, add my thanks to staff for putting forward with this comprehensive report. And just to say a little bit on Councillor Holiday's motion, while I understand where he's coming from and the need to do appropriate public consultations, I do fear that this might delay closing down some of the shelter systems that are in hotels that we currently want to close. We want to transition those to other spaces and other uses. And I do fear that, additional consultation may just cause us to delay that. We're also both, of course, on the TTC board together, and he knows firsthand that at the TTC we're actually using buses to shelter people. About 75 people a night were using TTC buses to sleep overnight, and that's not something that we want to continue. So we really need to get this shelter space built quickly, and I just want to thank everyone for their support on this important motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hope everyone remembers that just by virtue of being a member of council, they were all part and parcel of taking a fairly public and very bold stance to make sure that the federal government understood their role in helping us deal with shelter capacity, and in particular, the issue of refugee claimants and asylum seekers in that shelter capacity. Imagine how disheartened they would be if after all of that, we start to proceed with an infrastructure strategy that gets at having the appropriate supply, and we put up roadblocks and delay our own selves in getting that work done. And unfortunately, that is what Councillor Holliday's amendment would lead to. Now, I rise to speak to this because I think it has to be said, the person rising to speak to that right this very moment is someone who is very much committed to participatory engagement. You all know that about me. I do the participatory budgeting. I engage, written, in person, popping up in the park, all the rest of it. But engagement can take many forms. And I'm very lucky that in my ward, as we were coming out of COVID, at a time when people are a bit stressed about the hotels, what was going on around them, about a number of things, the change in behaviors owing to street life with a toxic drug supply within it, we opened a shelter in Don Valley North. And we did it with strong engagement. We engaged the businesses around it. We engaged the elementary school nearby. We engaged the community nearby. But engaged them in how to make sure that housing the people that were on their way would be living a good life there and become a part of a community. And in so doing, raise the capacity to be able to be housed. And to this day, that shelter's been open now for 2 years. And to this day, while we did not consult, while we did not say to the community, you have to decide whether or not we're going to have a shelter in this ward, we said, help us make a success of this. That's a type of engagement that can happen, that does happen every day as we make moves around to accommodate. It happens throughout the city, has been happening now for quite some time. So in the 2 years, maybe it's 3, since we first opened the shelter in my ward, the only calls I've had, the only kinds of calls I've received from residents or businesses, or indeed the elementary school nearby, was calls to say, I don't know how I go about volunteering in that place. I swear to God, that's the only call I've received in the community, because we did the kind of engagement that is contemplated already here and is utilized all the time by our shelter services and has been all along. And doing that is how they are going to get to the point where we have the appropriate amount of shelter spaces, the appropriate amounts of support in them, the ability, because of the size of them, the manageable size of them, to do the kind of intensive case management that leads to rehousing people. That's already in this report. And that is why the only reason you would want to vote for that amendment would be to subvert all of that positive engagement and stop building shelters. And if you do that, I have to say to councillors, I hope you're enjoying the COVID shelter hotel in your ward, because it's not going anywhere unless you adopt this report and leave that amendment. Please don't vote for that amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng to speak.
Thank you. I have a motion. My motion is upstream to provide a citywide public engagement and consultation process that is upstream, not site-specific. And the purpose for this is we know that whenever we implement shelters, they create challenges. You get a lot of fear, you get a lot of anger, But part of the problem is people don't know what the problem is. They don't know how hard it is for our city to build these shelters, to find spaces. So this consultation is not to stop shelters from being built, but it allows a healthy dialogue for the community to know what is happening, perhaps to provide ideas and resources and even location ideas to the table. And I believe the mayor believes that this could also provide an opportunity for residents to understand what other levels of government can play in the establishment of shelters in our communities. I've said it before many times here at council that the journey is just as important as the destination. So we have a destination we have all committed to, or we will commit to through this motion, which is we will be building shelters. And that's an important destination. But the journey of inviting our communities to be in a conversation that's not site-specific, that is about the program at large, the challenges that we face, and how we can all work together. Too often, I feel our residents treat our city and our democracy as consumers. They want us to solve all the problems so they can live their happy lives. But in truth, the democracy is dependent on the participation of our residents and that we are problem solvers together. So this is just about having a citywide engagement and consultation. And I would like to thank Gord Tanner, the city manager, and the chair of Economic and Cultural Development, Alejandra Bravo, for her support in drafting this motion.
Thank you. We do have questions for you. Councillor Holliday, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I wondered if Councillor Chang could elaborate on some of the questions she thinks may be asked of the public in a consultation.
Well, I think the best person to craft those questions would be between the city manager and TSSS, but you know, more importantly, it's about presenting the plan. So we are presenting it here at council, but not everyone logs into TIMIS. And so it's a public engagement process that allows people to understand what the plan of the city is and what challenges we face.
So there's some very important nuance in the answer that was just provided, Madam Speaker. I heard presenting the plan, so it's hard to consult on a plan that's already been decided. I heard public engagement, which is different than consultation. So I just go back to help me understand, not the individual exact wording of the questions, but what is the broader question that's being put to the public?
Do you have ideas of how and where these shelters can be implemented? Because as
okay,
yes.
Okay, so we are talking about sites with this. We may not have the individual sites.
Not for the present locations that may be being put forth, but can speak towards the future shelter capital plan in terms of location.
Because I want to make sure that I understand, does this deal with shelters policy, or does this deal with things along the continuum of built form, like siting, housing even in general, as Councillor Perks was talking about?
It's a conversation at large that allows people from the community to contribute whatever it is that they think is relevant and important to them. And certainly, if there are great ideas shared in these conversations, I'm sure they could be impactful on our implementation of the plan.
Is I don't like it a legitimate piece of feedback that would be captured in this?
Well, the truth of the matter is, so the motion that you have put forth, we know that when we have a consultation about a site, a lot of people will be upset and people will say, I don't like it. And that is something that, you know, we should listen to that for sure, but it doesn't mean we can't build any shelters. There's a reason why council decided to give delegated authority to the TSSS, and I know it's been difficult for my community to have, because of that delegated authority, but I also recognize that if they didn't have that delegated authority, there would be no shelters built, and with no shelters built, that doesn't help us solve a very important and growing problem in our city.
So here's a proposal.
That was your last question, 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. I believe that's it for the speakers. Okay, put the motions on the screen. Okay, motion on the screen, motion 1. On favor? Recorded? Okay, well, but no, nobody's, but nobody was listening. Everybody's, I know. You see how that's how I get the councillor's attention.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Perruzza, are you present and voting in the meeting?
Yes, I am, and I'm trying to turn on the camera, but IT is slow in connecting me for some reason. So I keep pushing start my camera.
Thank you.
And it just doesn't start.
Thank you, Councillor. Speaker, the motion does not carry. The vote is 8-16.
Okay, next motion. By Councillor Cheng, recorded vote.
I don't understand this thing, right? Oh, finally, there it is.
Councillor Crisanti, please. The amendment carries. The vote is 21-3.
Okay, next motion. Is it item as amended? Item as amended, recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Mantis, please, and thank you. Councillor Sachs. The item is amended carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay, Councillor Cheng, are you ready for your item yet for Yonge Street? No? Okay. Our next item, EX 15.5, Moss Park Arena. Councillor Holiday, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? Okay, questions to staff, if you can please put your name on the list. I don't see anybody. Okay. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Could I have a microphone? Thank you. Staff is somewhere, but anyways, I will just ask, can you just tell me the financial implication of this move?
Through the Speaker, as we noted in the report, we estimate approximately a $200,000 net cost to assuming operation of the arena.
Currently, under a Board of Management, the arena effectively arrives with net zero cost. Maybe a little over under, but theoretically it's self-sustaining.
Through the Speaker, yes, technically correct, although I will note in the case of Moss Park Arena, there is a noted net cost to the arena's operation, which is comparable to the estimates we've provided.
And at that, I think the report says it's $20,000 on a budget of $1 million.
Correct. I apologize.
Okay.
It's not comparable, but
Okay.
there, yeah.
It's a decimal. I get it. Like, okay, but the point is, there's by design, this arena operates in balance. And would it be fair to say that other arenas, either with arena boards, either achieve that or aspire to achieve that?
I would say that's correct.
Now, is the city, if it takes this arena under its wing, able to deliver all of the things that the arena board does?
Through the Speaker, the intention would be to come back with a transition plan, and part of what we'd have to consider is the programming delivery model and what we could deliver within the context of PF&Rs. Our outcome would be a seamless transition to user groups.
But I think the report does allude that there are some gaps. There are things that PF&R doesn't do.
There are differences in the operating models, yes, between arena boards of management and PF&R, primarily in the area of direct program delivery,
Right.
which is what the arena boards, this arena offers.
Right, I don't know, if you run hockey schools, that kind of stuff, right?
PF&R does not run hockey schools. We provide more introductory learn to skate and leisure skate opportunities directly and work with community groups in how they access ice.
Are you aware of a problem with Moss Park Arena? Are people upset?
We've been working with the councillor's office on addressing some concerns related to local community access with respect to the Moss Park Arena.
No, but I mean, just general complaints to the division, 311 calls, is there something lingering out there that's a problem? I'm going to put respectfully the channel through the councillor's office aside. Is there some other bigger issue?
Through the Speaker, we are not aware of bigger issues through the channels that you've mentioned, no.
Okay, and I think the last question, the origin of this proposal is not from staff. This is a directive from council for you to bring a report on operationalizing the directive.
Through the Speaker, that's correct. This was a direction for us to come back to this meeting, looking at the impacts of transitioning operations from a Board of Management to city operated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To staff, how many arenas does the city operate currently?
Apologies. Through the Speaker, we have 49 indoor arenas, 41 operated by PF&R, 8 as boards of management.
And prior to me being a councillor, were any of the board members from Toronto Centre? Were they local to the area?
Through the Speaker, PF&R does. If the question was, PF&R doesn't directly operate arenas in Toronto.
I understand,
Centre.
but the current board makeup, prior to me being a councillor, were any members from the local community, Toronto Centre?
Through the Speaker, we'd have to go back to find that for you, Councillor.
Okay. My next question then, prior to my taking office, was there a diversity of board members on the arena board?
Through the speaker, similarly, we would have to go and look at the composition of the board and come back to you.
Okay. Well, would you agree then, hockey is an expensive sport, generally speaking, and that for communities like my own in Moss Park, St. Jamestown, it's usually out of reach for them? Would you agree to that?
Through the speaker, I would agree hockey is known to be an expensive sport, and it is difficult for individuals with less financial means to access that sport without assistance.
Okay. And okay, I'll leave it for there for now. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, we have Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, through your staff, who appoints arena board members?
Through the speaker, it's through the civic appointments process.
So if there's a lack of diversity,
Sorry, I believe that's not the case. The clerk would like to clarify. I think it's community councils.
Community council.
Yes.
Yes.
Just wait, let's wait for the clerk, if you don't mind, please.
Apologies, through the speaker, it's through community council.
Could you say that again, please? I don't think everybody heard.
Through the speaker, it's through community council.
okay, thank you. So if there's a lack of diversity or any other issues with the people who have been appointed to the board, that would
Sorry,
actually...
one second. There is a point of order, Councillor Burnside. Hang on one second.
Hold on to my time, please.
Yes, oh yeah, hang on. Of course I will. Oops,
Thank you so
you'll be
much.
back at 0 now. You're so lucky.
You're the best.
Councillor Moyes, please.
I believe very recently that actually did change, and it does go through the civic appointments process.
Okay, we're just going to take 1 second and clarify exactly who does those appointments. Traditionally, it has been community councils, kind of self-nominated. We're going to have a second. Would you like to, pardon me? Councillor Burnside, would you like to continue while we get this answer? Yes?
Sure. I don't even think it's overly important. If it's either the Civic Appointment Committee or Community Council, my question would be, either way, would that not, any deficiencies in the board, whether it's related to diversity or otherwise, would actually fall on the shoulders of elected officials? Is that correct?
Sorry, who's going to answer that question?
Don't forget to start my time again.
Madam Speaker, I had difficulty hearing the question.
Okay, I'll repeat it. Whether it's a civic appointment committee or a community council who appoints board members to these arena boards, would that then not be identified as if there are any deficiencies in the makeup of the board? Would that not rest solely on elected officials who comprise either the civic appointment committee or community councils?
Madam Deputy Speaker, in the appointments process, the appointment bodies are provided with information, background information, confidential background information about the qualifications of members. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Do arena boards, through the speaker again, do arena boards follow city policies in terms of ice allocation or any other city policies, or do they sort of act on under their own set of rules?
Through the speaker, arena boards of management are required to follow city ice allocation policy.
Okay, that's really important. Thank you. You mentioned that you operate, the PFNR operates, I believe, 41 arenas. On average, how much do these arenas bring in income, or on average, how much do they lose?
Through the speaker, we, in part of doing our assessment, we estimated that it is about a net operating cost of roughly $200,000 for a city-operated arena.
Okay. So it costs more for the city to operate. Board members are appointed by elected officials, and individual arena boards follow city policy. Is that correct? Have I summarized that correctly?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just wondering if we have that answer as to who actually does the appointments.
Deputy Speaker, the appointments are done through Community Council. The current board was appointed through the Community Council. It's the same with the other arena boards of management.
Thank you. I hope everybody heard that. It's still through the community councils. Thanks so much. And Speaker, I'm turning this back to you.
Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was reading all of the letters. A lot of letters have been submitted, people who are quite actively using the arena, and I'm wondering, what would the potential transition plan look like? Do we have any ideas? You know, is it likely that a lot of these programs would continue, or do we have no idea what that transition might look like in terms of sustainability of what is already happening in what sounds like quite a vibrant and active arena?
Through the speaker, the assessment of the program delivery and how to ensure a seamless transition would be part of that transition planning and would be reported back to council. Certainly the intention would be not to disrupt the programming, although the delivery model may need to be adjusted.
Mm-hmm. I think the mover of this motion really wants to ensure that equity-seeking groups, in particular local equity-seeking groups, have access and programs. Do we currently provide that in our city-run arenas, knowing that cost of equipment is a huge barrier for people to access ice time?
Through the speaker, through Parks, Forestry, and Recreation, where an arena, for example, is attached to a free center, and EPFNR directly delivered programming is offered at no cost. We offer a number of introductory learn to skate, leisure skate programs at no cost in some cases. We offer financial subsidy through welcome policy. And I would say that our ICE rates, particularly for children, youth, house league, and recreational programs, are subsidized in order to try and reduce costs on organizations that rent ICE.
And is there any precedence, or would there be any opportunity to work with the existing board to encourage or support the implementation of parallel equity-seeking group programs in this arena?
Through the speaker, yes, there is opportunity to do that.
So it is possible to address the concerns without dismantling the board. Is that your...
Through the speaker, in the report, we put forward that there are a few opportunities in terms of engagement, right? Directly through staff. There's authority that council has around board membership, as well as dissolving the board as well. So there's a range of potential opportunities that are available.
So if this motion is passed, does that mean that there will be a transition to dissolve the board?
Through the speaker, if the motion is passed, we would follow council's direction and bring back a report on what the transition plan could look like. And then ultimately it would be council's decision at that time as to whether or not the arena would become directly operated.
So in this report, we could consider several options, including the option of working with existing board to achieve the goals of the councillor.
Through the Speaker, the motion includes direction for us to do just that as well in an effort to increase local access to programming as an immediate next step. So that would be work we would do in tandem with working through a transition plan and what that would look like.
And the current organizations as well as board members will be part of the conversation and consultative process. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, that's correct. We will be engaging and consulting with them as part of this transition plan if adopted by Council.
Great, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, questions?
A couple of questions. Further along the lines of what Councillor Burnside was asking, to make sure that members of council actually understand how that process works. Now, my experience has been that for BIAs, AOCs, and arena boards of management, they will have some kind of membership, and the membership will do a recruitment process and send a letter to the community council just with a list of names, no diversity information, no residency information. Am I correct about that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the current process is that applications are submitted through the city's applications process. Those are reviewed.
For the boards that are currently in place, not the ones going forward in the future, but a current BIA board, AOC board, or arena board of management, those members were appointed with a process where the agency would have some kind of membership. Those members would select some board members. It would be sent by letter to Toronto or to whatever the community council was with no diversity information and no residency information attached.
Through the Speaker, for the current appointments for arena boards, we receive applications through the public appointment system, which then are reviewed for eligibility and qualifications. Shortlisting interviews are conducted between the Public Appointments Office staff and PFNR staff, and then recommendations are made to Community Council.
I must be expressing myself badly. I'm not talking about the process that is written down now. I'm talking about the process by which the existing boards were approved in the past. And in those, the people who currently sit on the boards, that process was they had some kind of membership. That membership would come for however they chose. It might have been by lot. It could have been spinning a top. We just don't know. They wrote a list. It came to us in a letter form with no diversity information and no residency information. Am I correct?
Through the Speaker, that is correct. That was the pre-existing process.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
I'm just going to stick on this for a moment. When you say pre-existing process, how many boards were recruited, arena boards were recruited that are currently in place under what you call the pre-existing process?
Speaker, we don't have that information at hand.
All right, when's the new process been put in place? When's the last time the Civic Appointments Committee, or you received them, and then PFNR goes through them? Is that what I heard? Clerks gets them, PFNR reviews them, and who forwards those to the Civic Appointments Committee in your new process?
Madam Speaker, the current process involves the appointment applications through the City Clerk's Office public appointments process. Those applications are reviewed by City Clerk's public appointment staff as well as PNFR staff. Following a recruitment series of interviews, the City Clerk recommends to the Community Council a number of candidates for appointments to an arena board.
Oh, so there's no, it's not through Civic Appointments. Unlike BIAs, that's a membership meeting. Unlike AOX, that's a membership meeting. So this, and when did this particular process get put in place? Staff recruited board.
Speaker, I think we're going to double check, but we think it may have been with the start of the 2018 term when we did the recalibration of the appointments process, when Council approved a recalibration to reflect the demands on members' times, and that's when the assignment of appointments to various bodies was changed.
Were there any other, so that's, I shouldn't be asking that. So these boards are now staff recruited and sent to the Toronto, to the community councils, correct?
That is correct.
How many other boards are staff recruited like this? Are there others or just these ones?
Speaker, we'll have to look that up, unfortunately.
Probably not many. Why were these chosen to be staff recruited boards? Were there issues with the boards of the arenas and how they were selecting?
Speaker, as I said, at the time in 2018, when the number of wards were reduced, there was a report that was brought before Council to recalibrate all of the appointments of members to various committees. And at that time, Council adopted a streamlined public appointments process where roles were handed out between the Civic Appointments Committee, the Corporation's nominating panel, and some appointments were not the making of the appointments, but the screening of the applicants was assigned to staff. So there was a number there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor we can put the speakers this time. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you. I'd like to move that this item be received for information. Speaker, I don't even know where to begin seeing this report, but I'm going to begin. Let's start with the basics. The report says that the city's going to deliver less and cost more. You read it, that's what it says. So I'm sure Councillor Moyse is going to explain to Council his thinking on this and the grievances he has. But here we have the City of Toronto, who is the host city for the World Hockey Hall of Fame. And this is Stanley Cup week, and we've got a conversation here about an arena. And the things that I hear is, you know, there was some question about diversity on the board, and I think there's some information deep in here about concerns over programming. And the answer that City Council has is to dismantle the governance, not dismiss the board and reset it, to dismantle the entire governance and bring this in and put it under the wing of the Parks, Forestry, and Recreation Department. That's the answer. These things were set up years ago to efficiently run facilities, to deliver programming, to delight residents, and for the most part, and I know this because I sit on the audit committee and I see these things come and go, they generally work. And the answer before Council, this is the gravity of what's here. Take the name, the label off of the particular location. The answer is to get into the business of the board and dismantle and remove it completely. Council needs to pay attention to this. Now, the next layer is go in there and read some of the correspondence and input, read some of the stuff in the media about the whole situation. This thing needs to be whisked off the council floor and sent away as quick as possible, just to try to save face on this situation. But, you know, I'll say there's one suggestion in here. One suggestion says, if City Council wants to really help us, why don't you send some capital dollars over and help deal with, as the quote in the newspaper by someone says they feel like they're in a third world country walking through it. Well, I'll tell you, in a part of the city that's so flush with cash that they can pay to replace a sign, maybe the arena can get a new sign. looking online, it can probably use that. But councillors, the bigger issue on this is just, it transcends the particular issue here. And I get it. Like, I'm a huge supporter of hockey. I can tell you, I'm involved in it in my personal life. There are people of every language, every culture, every age, every income that are involved in the beautiful game of it. And it all starts by lacing up a pair of skates. And I'm certain that the volunteers that are involved in these type of places put their heart and soul into bringing kids, bringing people of all ages into the great game. And the response of this council is to dismantle the entire architecture. There's people pleading in here to help. I'm disappointed in this. I think we can do better. I wish I truly understood the problem that we were trying to solve and that it was brought to us as a problem to try to solve. And here we have the solution is to tear the thing apart and send it over to the Parks, Forestry, and Recreation Department. And as they've put in their report, you know, they were directed to bring the report forward. I understand that. You know, let's change all, what could go wrong? Anyways, I think this is an important moment for council, and it's reflective of an approach, a theme that I'm seeing over and over again, which is offside with the stakeholders. I don't know what level of consultation, at least there was a public process to get it here. But I just think we can do so much better. And this sends such a poor message, including to people who have volunteered or put their heart and soul in these types of facilities. I hope I don't see this again from another arena board in the city. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've lived in Toronto Centre for over 25 years. And for about 20 of those years, I actually lived just a block away from the arena. My voting station was the John Innes Centre. When I walked my dogs, I walked them in Moss Park Arena. I know the community very well. I worked at the local hospital for 22 years. So a lot of the patients that I have counseled over the years, they all hang around the park. I know the area well. And again, talking to the community and talking to people who use the facility, I can say to you that one of the things I've had issues with is the lack of access, local access, equity of access. We know that hockey is a sport that is out of reach for many. And we don't have many arenas in the downtown core that are all year round. It's the only one downtown. But when I'm actually around the park, it's always people commuting from their car, whatever, into the arena. None of the local kids actually use the arena the way that it should be used. And that's my issue. The arena is not only for those who come from Councillor Holliday's ward or elsewhere, but what about the kids in St. Jamestown, in Moss Park? Do they matter? Do they count? Should they use the arena? Should they have access to the arena? I believe they should. And again, city staff oversee 41 arenas currently. They have the skills, the know-how as to how to do it. And I know Councillor Holliday's focuses on the money aspect of it, but if we just focus on money and everything we do in the city, then that is our guiding principle. I think $200,000 more is actually a drop in the bucket, quite frankly, to helping marginalized kids in Regent Park and St. Jamestown and elsewhere. So again, I do hope that you will quash Councillor Holliday's motion and support the review. It's a governance review, actually, of the arena. It's asking for us to report back in the fourth quarter of 2024. It will be back here at this council chamber and looking for a way forward, hopefully in 2025. So again, I do hope my council colleagues will support me in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask my questions. I was very I was very specific about the ice allocation policy. I sympathize with Councillor Moyes' desires and hopes for the community, but I really believe he's blaming the wrong people. The ice allocation policy is a citywide policy. The board follows the citywide policy. And I can tell you, this is one of those examples or situations where I actually have a lot of experience. I worked to start a hockey league in Flemington Park. It's how I got into politics, to give kids in an underserved community an opportunity to play hockey. I came up against a city who had an ice allocation policy that did not or barely gave any priority to local kids. Ultimately, that's the reason I ran for elected office. So it's not the board, it's the city allocation policy. So if we want to tear anything up, it's rewriting the allocation policy and giving more priority to local communities. My other points were that the boards themselves are appointed by council. In 2014, when I was at council, I was on a 3-councillor committee that hired or decided who was on the Arena Board of Management. So any deficiencies are due to elected representatives and no one else. And we say, oh, well, we want our staff to make these decisions. Well, they're going to have to follow the ice allocation policy. But more importantly, how do we know our staff are as diversified as what Councillor Moyes or anyone else might be looking for? There's no guarantee. This is a problem that Councillor Moyes has identified, with which I totally agree. However, his solution is unfortunately totally misguided because it's a misunderstanding of how the policy actually works. I'd love to work with Councillor Moyes to change those policies with PFNR, but throwing away the board is a total wrong way to go. When I was elected, I actually then had the opportunity to work with a board, which was the Leaside Arena Board. They bent over backwards to make ice time available for the Thorncliffe community. We had dedicated people from throughout the area, Leaside, East York, nearby catchment area, who worked overtime to make it a fantastic facility. The key is to finding dedicated people who obviously know the rules, follow the ice allocation policy, and we need to change that policy, not throw out the board and spend $200,000 more, and for a result that will be no different and likely won't serve the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Speaker Nunziata.
Thank you. I wanted to speak on this item because I'm on the Board of Management of George Bell Arena. And I've been sitting on that board for a few years now. And actually, I attend all their meetings as well. So I'm very involved. And yes, it's correct. A few years ago, the appointments to the board were done through the civic appointments. And now that's changed now, and it goes through a different process. But I can tell you that with George Bell Arena, that we did have, at one point, we did have some issues at the board, and I contacted staff, and they came in and worked with the board and resolved those issues, and we appointed a few new members on the board. They do follow city policy, and they also give free ice time to the community. And I have a marginalized community as well. And it's working, because the board is working with the city. And as a matter of fact, they do invite staff in occasionally at their meeting to give updates, and they're working with the city. So I don't think we should just disband the board if there's a problem. I think what's needed, and if you're the local councillor, go to the board meeting and invite city staff and try to resolve any of these issues that they do have. And I know that what I've done with George Bell Arena is that we have a great board, and they work with the city. They work with me as the councillor, and it's working great. Like it's, yes, we did have issues a couple years ago, but bringing staff in to resolve those issues, I think made a big difference. And so I will be supporting Councillor Holliday's motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Next up is Councillor Bradford. Oops. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm really proud to have an arena board management in Beaches East York, Ted Reeve Arena. Maybe a number of you have spent some time there at Main and Gerard. It's a great old barn, and there is a fantastic arena board that volunteers and spends a lot of time and energy and dedication to make sure that the ice is fully allocated, to make sure that the arena is in a good state of repair, and that we have a lot of different folks coming in and out of the building, whether that is hockey or figure skating or lacrosse that gets played there in the summertime. Arena boards do a phenomenal job of managing facilities in a responsible fashion. I would actually like to see more arena boards here in the City of Toronto. It's a unique governance structure. It's a unique approach to management. But I think when we look at the arena boards, the 5 or 6 that exist here in the city, they're really well-run rinks. And we've had some conversation about access to facilities. We've had conversations today about the allocation of ice time. I want to just make it clear to everybody that the city, whether it's an arena board or not, the city has an allocation policy for ice time. And it's actually PF&R, whether it's an arena board or not, that is doing the ice time allocation. And postal codes are part of the consideration for how they allocate the ice time, just to be clear. When it comes to capital and state of good repair, a lot of these barns are old structures, and they're in need of a lot of work. We actually just replaced the skin on the bubble at Ted Reeve, and that took us a while. And in fact, myself and the arena board and city staff, I would say that there was a bit of friction through that process, but it was good friction because we got to a better outcome where we were able to manage some of the downtime of that capital improvement coming out of the pandemic when ice time had been reduced for everybody. We wanted to make sure that when the kids came back, they weren't met with capital delays. And Howie and his team were really great to work with on that, and so was the arena board. What's concerning is when you look at this report and you read it, it's pretty clear this wasn't driven from staff. They were asked to do this. That's fine. That's council's prerogative. But this wasn't a staff-led initiative to get to this point. And they make it very clear that moving in this direction will cost more and provide the city with less. It's a $200,000 additional expense on an annual basis going forward to dismantle an arena board, which admittedly, you know, I'm not close to it, and I appreciate the councillor's perspective. I've read some things, I've read some of the correspondence. Clearly, there's a breakdown there in the working relationship and some of the communication, and I understand it. And again, I've had challenges, you know, with my own arena board sometimes too. But the report for all of us to consider is actually very clear. This should not be dismantled. It will cost taxpayers more money, and we're not going to get to a better outcome. I do want to highlight one of the pieces of correspondence that was provided on this, and it's from the Vice Chair of the Board of Management. And it says, quote, "Since 1957, the Moss Park House League has offered free hockey league for children and youth ages 4 to 17, including the use of free equipment." So that's been running for 65 years. Again, I haven't been there. I don't know how well it's running, but it's clearly something that the arena board has thought about for decades, and they do take steps to make sure that they are removing barriers to access to these programs. And it's certainly, I don't think anyone would suggest, whether we're talking about hockey or curling or golf or even swimming, that these programs are without barriers and it's perfectly equitable access for everybody all the time. That's stuff that all of us have to work on. But I don't think what's in front of us today is necessarily going to move us in a better direction on that. I think there are options that would be available to work on this relationship and to work towards better outcomes. But the idea that we're going to dismantle the structure at a cost of $200,000 plus per year and not necessarily put ourselves in a better position or a better outcome on the other side of that, I don't think that's advisable, and so I will be supporting Councillor Holliday's motion to take this off the floor today. I think the councillor, to his credit, has obviously sent a message that it's not working and we need to, get back around the table and find a better way forward. But blowing this thing up when we only have a handful of arena boards in the city, probably not the best way to go right now. Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Councillor Fletcher to speak.
I just want to say that I'm glad we clarified how everybody gets onto these boards, and it is through the community councils. So we rarely do that, but we have taken people off BIA boards before. We've removed people because that is the authority of the appointing organization. The same as this council has actually removed the entire board of the Sony Centre. This council has removed the entire board of the Toronto Parking Authority. So there is the authority of the governing body, which has made the appointments, to do that. I think that would be a fairly large rupture and not a wise thing to do for this arena board. And I think Councillor Moyes is just asking to say, what would that look like? How would this happen? What could we do if it was directly operated by Parks? He hasn't moved to take anybody off. He hasn't said, go and do that. He said, could you please look at that and let us know? I don't know why we're acting like the world is over by asking for a request to the head of PFNR. What would this look like? We ask a lot of reports, what does this look like? And his basis is to make sure it's being run in the best interests of the community that he serves, understanding that this has been a board that's been appointed by staff, essentially, and the names sent forward to Community Council for authorization. So instead of getting into a messy removal and everything else, let's just let the general manager report back on this option and then decide how to proceed from there. I think it's a pretty simple request, and I just do not understand all of the chest beating. I'm sure that Councillor Nunziata does a great job on her Board of Management, Ted Reeve Arena, all the different places, but when you have a situation, we can ask to have a solution. So I would encourage everybody to simply approve that. Thank you.
Councillor Cheng.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I just need a minute. I'm working on an amendment with City Manager. Can I just get a couple minutes? Thanks. Yes, can we come back to the item? Is that okay? Thank you. Yes. I'm sorry I'm killing you. I'm not killing you intentionally.
What's going on here? Why aren't we doing something? What's the delay for? Let's vote.
Councillor Cheng didn't have her motion ready. That's why, Councillor Cole.
I think the mayor. Well, let's move on. Give her some time to get her act together and let's move on.
Okay, Councillor Cheng, go ahead.
We're good? Okay. Thank you. I have a motion. And this is that included in the report back, that there would be the option presented that of how the concerns of the local councillor could be addressed with the current governance structure, so that when we're voting, we can understand the different options. Because what I'm hearing some of our colleagues say is, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Are there things that we could do with existing structure to achieve the same goals? And so why not have that option also come to council, so that when we're voting on the final transition plan, we can also see the potentiality of being able to achieve the goals through the current governance structure. So I think it's just maintaining some open doors in this process, and hopefully, we will achieve what Councillor Moyes wants through this process. And I think this would also be very meaningful for the board as they are engaged, because then they are not thinking that I'm helping you transition me out, that they are also amenable to possibility of changing and evolving their current governance structure to meet the goals that are important and valuable for our local councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Mayor Chow, you have a question to the mover? Okay. Question, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. So the motion is really saying we approve this, but also bring back at the fourth quarter of 2024 how to do this, so they could both go forward to have different options, right? So that's what you're planning
we're
to do?
approving that they come up with a transition plan.
That's right.
But they also present options of how the same goals could be achieved by the current governance structure. So then at that point, we could decide, do we continue with the current governance structure with these changes, or do we do the transition plan that has been researched out?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order, Councillor Holyday.
So I do, and I just wondered if you could make a ruling on it, because the recommendations before us authorize the city solicitor to introduce the necessary bills in city council for dissolution of the Moss Park Arena Board, and so on. So that, do I read this correctly, or can you rule on this? Is this a directive to dissolve the board? And is it contrary to Councillor Cheng's suggestion that further reporting come forward, which would take a different track?
Can you, okay. Yeah, okay, Councillor Holyday, just said.
Speaker, the city solicitor can correct me if I don't get this right, but basically this is authority in advance for the introduction of a bill when council finally makes a decision. So that's how things normally work anyway. So it's there as out of an abundance of caution to have that in the report, but
yeah, that is correct.
Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Councillor Holyday's motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please. Motion 1 does not carry. The vote is 6 to 17.
Okay. Next motion by Councillor Chang. On favor, show of hands, carried. Okay. Item is amended. Recorded vote. See you tomorrow.
Councillor Sachs, please. The item as amended carries. The vote is 18 to 5.
Okay, our next item, Councillor Fletcher, EX 15.9. 2024-2026 City of Toronto Parking Authority Net Income Share Agreement. Do you have questions to staff?
Yes, I do, yeah.
Okay, questions to staff.
Sorry, I see names up there. Okay, request a question. Where are we? Here we are. Do they come?
Yeah, Councillor
Sorry.
Fletcher, can you put your name up in the...
Yep. Maybe you can wait while everybody gets redone over here.
Okay, I'll wait for the staff to come. Yeah.
Staff are just changing order.
Yeah.
I think I have questions of Mr. Kaforti as well. We all ready? I'm good. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher,
So
questions.
this is coming from, approved by the executive to move the dividend from 85 to 75%. I'm just going to ask the CFO. Yes?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, that's one of a few changes that are included in the new agreement.
And was there a request to lower that even more, and that was the final negotiated amount?
Through you, Madam Speaker, as we engaged in discussions with the Toronto Parking Authority and their staff, we ran through various scenarios. One of the scenarios that was introduced to the city was looking at the potential suspension of the dividend. We did review that scenario. That was not agreeable to the city, and both parties were able to come to an agreement that is mutually beneficial.
Right. Did the Board of Toronto Parking Authority ask you to suspend that dividend?
I don't believe I received any formal request from the board.
Was there a motion at the board to
There was a
receive
motion at the board asking me to attend a board meeting, I believe in April or May, to speak to the status of the negotiations.
And the status ended up at 75%. So I just am interested here on the city's commitment to capital funding for Toronto Parking Authority for the electric vehicle charging. How much is that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, within the agreement, there's a commitment of about $33.9 million over the next 3 years in direct city contribution towards EV capital investments.
So what was the dividend that was paid to the city at 85%?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the dividend paid to the city, let me just pull up my files, at 85%. I believe was in and around 30 million or so. I think it was 32 million was the previous budget.
32 million. And what's the projected for 75%?
At a 75%, we're projecting to be at about 28 million, which is a change of about 3.8 million.
And What was the previous contribution in capital to the parking authority?
Previously, there was no direct funding from the city. They may have leveraged other funding sources, Section 37, or
Yeah,
other funds that may have been available, but
it
no
certainly
direct.
wasn't 33. Did you say $33.9 million will be the capital contribution?
Through the chair, that's specific to EV. There's also an additional 14 million contribution over the next 3 years towards bike share.
And what's the total revenue from the parking authority from simply parking stalls annually?
I'll turn to my colleagues in the TPA with the most current information.
Through the Speaker, $168 million.
And the revenue, that's $168 million, from basically Green P, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And then how about the revenues from bike share or losses? Revenue losses for both of the other programs. Could you hold my time, Speaker? That's not the only problem.
The operating loss for bike share was approximately $5.4 million last year.
And the revenue? Those are operating dollars, correct? What was the overall revenue?
Through the Speaker, it was $10 million.
10 million, and then expenses obviously were 15.4.
15.4.
And a loss of 4. How about for EV charging?
The revenue was immaterial.
There was no revenue. The cost of operation?
One minute, please.
No problem. Could you hold that, Speaker?
The EV revenue was approximately $100,000 last year.
$100,000. And the operation expenses for it?
OPEX was $249,000, and revenue was $354,000.
Sorry, can you tell me that again, please?
Yeah, the revenue was $354,000,
Yeah.
and direct expenses were $249,000.
So you had a $100,000 to the good then, net income.
Correct. That's this year to date, so through May year to date.
Okay, and capital costs?
Through the Speaker, total capital costs through the end of 2023 was $22.1 million.
And then, Mr. Nolan, I just want to know about this. The $33 million that we're talking about in capital, is that going to where from the city or the CFO? Where are those dollars going?
Through the Speaker, we will be bringing back.
Can't hear you, sorry.
Through the Speaker, we will be bringing back a strategy in October for EV charging installations, and that will provide direction for how we approach EV charging infrastructure installations, and then we'll work with the TPA in terms of how that can be deployed through capital investments.
So that $33 million is for capital?
Yep. Yes.
For investment?
Through the Speaker, yes.
And that's been committed, but we're not sure how it will be used, correct?
That's correct. There's still discussions around how that will be deployed.
And just to be clear, that the EV strategy that will be followed by Toronto Parking Authority will be guided by your office, our Deputy City Manager Corporate Services, and our Environment Office will be the lead on EV charging, yes or no? Or will be the Parking Authority making these decisions?
Through the Speaker, the Environment and Climate Division will be the lead for EV charging, a public charging strategy for the city overall.
So TPA will be taking its lead from your division?
Through the Speaker, that is the governance we've discussed with TPA as well as other divisions and agencies and corporations.
Is that written down anywhere? Does the Parking Authority Board know that's the plan?
Through the Speaker, we have that informally established, but we will be bringing back governance through our report in October.
You'd be able to advise that board earlier that that's the case, though, could you?
Through the Speaker, that is the case now, how we currently operate, but in terms of what we will bring forward, we'll provide clarity around specific roles and responsibilities for all involved.
I didn't understand the answer.
Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to clarify. So currently, Green P garners $168 million from revenues, and from this motion, we will then be allocating 28 of that 168 towards EV charging station development?
Through the Speaker, there's a $33 million contribution over the 3 years for EV charging infrastructure.
Does TPA have enough money for state of good repair of the existing infrastructure?
Through the Speaker, we feel like the 3-year deal does provide sufficient revenue for, or sufficient funding for our SOGR program.
And what about development of new parking in the city? Because the city is growing, and where previously there wasn't density, there are new areas across the city that have density, like my neighborhood. And whereas there are far more Green P lots downtown than there are in new growth areas, is there budget and plan to support the development of parking that supports economic growth in areas outside the downtown core?
Through the Speaker, we have several garages that will be funded over the next 3 years. 2 of them will be coming to us and will be open before the end of this year. There's several more that we've committed to contractually over the last 5 to 6 years, but there are no plans for further expansion beyond that.
So while our city continues to grow, there isn't a plan nor funding to provide parking in the new growth areas. For example, Downsview is going to come online and we'll want lots of retail there, and it is still partially in the suburbs, and a lot of people that I know decide where to shop and go based on parking availability. So I'm just wondering, is there a reason why we don't have a plan to support parking availability, parking growth alongside the densification, especially outside the downtown core that's happening?
Through the Speaker, our focus is really to work with our colleagues at Creatio and Corporate Real Estate to leverage existing city-owned lands to introduce new Green P parking facilities. And we have several of those coming online over the coming years. In addition to that, we're looking at expanding on-street paid parking wherever possible. It's a low-cost option to add parking inventory, and that's a big focus for us as well.
As you know, areas where density is coming, the land value goes up quite rapidly, and there aren't open spaces that the city can easily acquire to put a parking lot. And we also know that underground parking is exorbitantly expensive. So I'm just wondering, how do we mitigate those pieces to ensure that our new retail that we're building in new areas of high density can be supported by Green P parking?
Through the Speaker. So as part of the second phase of work that's going to come out of this new net income share agreement with the city, we're going to be working with our colleagues at the financial planning division to look at long-term strategies so that we can find the dollars to support that capital acquisition. But right now we have several commitments already in play, and we need to figure out how to fund future acquisitions.
So this is an interim solution, and there would be perhaps a future conversation of even increasing the percentage allocated to TPA in order to ensure we can grow our capacity as our city grows. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, this is certainly a short-term deal. It's a 3-year term, and there will be further conversations about what comes next and how Toronto Parking Authority can find long-term financial sustainability.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, do we have any speakers on this item? Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I just wanted to have some of these things clarified. I think it's helpful for council because as an agency, we don't always get these reports directly. So understanding that and I didn't ask for the net. I know the revenues are 168 million. I didn't ask for the net. I'll probably do that after. There is a subsidy for bike share, which is a tremendously popular program, $5.4 million. We will have a dividend reduction of $3.8 million. And there's a very large capital program that the city has agreed to, $33.9 million for EV charging, $14 million for bike share capital. And that is, I'm very happy to hear from Mr. Nolan that there'll be the report that will be very clear that the lead on all the electric, whether it's EV charging, I'm sure as well bike share transportation has a hand in that will be helping to guide the Toronto Parking Authority, which started out as parking, and which they do very well. I was concerned when I understood that the EV charging rate of all the 350 EV charging stations that currently exist under TPA is an 8% usage. So I really think that it's something that needs to be looked at very carefully through the Energy and Climate Office. A $33 million spend is a lot for an 8% coverage. We are looking at revenues for TPA because anytime we take revenues away from TPA, we're now taking our dividend. That was what was set up many years ago in order to bring parking to the city and bring a dividend to the city. And I really do understand what Councillor Cheng is asking for in some of these large new planned subdivisions. Where is that Green Pea parking for the stores and for the retail that we're planning for? So especially when it's a secondary plan or something that's publicly owned lands, I think that's really important to bake in the parking authority from the beginning. And then of course, whatever EV strategy there is on top of that, whether it's car parking or bicycles, can be assisted through our Energy and Climate Office. So I think that we're coming to a new understanding of who's doing what and when, and I would really encourage Mr. Nolan and his team to be a little clearer about all the money we're spending, because we have spent quite a bit on EV charging, and we've taken spaces and perhaps not getting the value back in revenues for whatever reason. I also want to draw to everybody's attention, and I'm quite concerned about it, that City Council increased the permit parking rates in the residential part of the city where we depend on permit parking, very much in order to install EV charging stations in local neighborhoods. I'm concerned that that isn't currently the some mandate of the Toronto Parking Authority, and I think it needs to be. So I am concerned that that initiative hasn't been grabbed and started, and I'm looking over at TPA and at Mr. Nolan because we know that people are wanting to buy EVs, park close by, and charge their vehicles. I also would hope that the board will be receiving some kind of communication from the city, whether it's the city manager, whether it's the CFO, whoever that's going to be. Perhaps the city manager would be doing that, and that would be to advise the board that the city Environment and Climate Office is leading on EV charging. Put your pens down, come into the jet stream that's operating in that way. Because without that, perhaps the board will think that that's not the case. And I think the board currently doesn't believe that's the case. So I'm looking at the city manager. I'm looking from some direction from the city that's very clear. The EV strategy, implementation, leadership, decision-making, what that's going to look like so that one of our city boards understands their role, understands the city role, understands everything about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to call quorum call because nobody's sitting at their seat. I know, but we don't have quorum.
Members, the voting panel is now open. Will you please press either yes or no to indicate your presence in the chamber? Oh.
It says present. Can I have my present? This is ready for a present.
Councillor Campbell, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Myers, would you please indicate your presence in the chamber, please? Councillor Candival, please. Councillor Myers, please. Madam Speaker, there are 21 members present in the chamber. Their quorum is present.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know how I've become this advocate for parking, but I think it's because I'm kind of a suburban mom, and I know the importance of being able to go to a shop when you're in a crunch, trying to get your kids to a program, and I also understand the important role that parking plays in strengthening economic activity, especially outside the downtown core. So I am concerned to hear that there currently is not a plan to expand parking availability, especially in new high-growth areas. And so I think we really need a creative business plan that allows us to build the economic strength of our parking TPA, because in addition to parking, I do believe we have a great advantage in terms of building charging stations across the city. We can do it in a way faster and easier than commercial organizations, and there's this window where there isn't a lot of charging capacity across the city. And so we could play a significant role and garner strong economic returns that could support all the growth that we need with regard to EV charging stations, bike share, as well as parking. So I hear that this is an interim dividend that is being shared, and I think that I would not object to growing our support in the future for TPA to have the resources they need to expand their economic potential in our city while serving very important needs on every front of the work that they're doing. Thank you.
Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. I just want to encourage my colleagues to vote for this. I worked very hard in encouraging our CFO to make this agreement. The Toronto Parking Authority has been given a lot of very important responsibilities for this city, and in particular, of course, rolling out bike share and the EV charging, but also in repairing all of the parking garages that we have, including the one that we're standing over, which is in very bad disrepair. So we all know that the city's in financial trouble, but we have to give our organizations the resources that they need to do the jobs we've asked them to do. So this is an excellent step forward. It isn't the final answer, but it's a huge improvement on where we were a couple of months ago. Thank you to the CFO and staff, and I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the recommendations that are here. The expectation is that Parking Authority is required to do a significant number of city building and city exercises to allow for our avenues and our main streets where businesses are expected to thrive, and the expectation is that there's a requirement for investment in developing, better parking facilities. I've been around long enough to have seen the transformation and changes that have come through this organization and so on, and we're demanding more and expecting more from them. At the same time, we want a greater share of the profits that is realized by this entity and so on. Plus, we want more parking in the suburbs. We want more parking everywhere. We want the convenience. I will tell you that I've had a chance to speak with the CEO, and I was engaged and very encouraged by the discussion. We basically approved 2444 Eglinton Avenue, that development that is we're all very thrilled about, and we are being obviously impacted by the displacement of parking in order to create more residential that is needed in the city and so on. But at the same time, like Councillor Chang and others, we're from the suburban areas, we have to balance the interest because we know that not everyone will be taking a bus to the subway and or transit. Some people will drive in order to get to the subway station just by virtue of proximity in terms of where they reside and the distance that it will take them to walk to a bus stop during winter months or even the summertime when it's really hot and so on. I've had some discussions with both the CEO of Create.to and the TPA about the need to respond in the overall area at Kennedy and Eglinton, where on the north side is 2444 Eglinton. We are losing 199 spots, and the south side, in the ward to the south, there's over 500 spots that are being lost as a result of the development for the crosstown and the changes and placement for buses and so on. So the request here, which is to provide less of the percentage of the profit to the city, it makes a whole lot of sense for the reasons which I've just described. It would make sense that we do it. We're subsidizing bike share. We're doing a lot of expansion of the program and so on. And I think that we need to provide comfort not only to the board, but to the administration as well, that there are resources that are available so they can invest as we want them to, because the small businesses that we want to ensure that they thrive, they're going to ask for more. They're going to ask for more parking spaces and more parking facilities in the city and so on. It can only be done if the TPA has the resources. So if the expectation is that we're going to demand more of the resources that they are generating in terms of profit, and the expectation is that we want them to do more, the question is, where are the resources going to come from? We had a similar situation when we had the Build Toronto organization, where there's an expectation that we obviously brought more of the profits in. And what happened? we weren't building affordable housing, which was a position of the city. And we know what that has actually done, its impact to the city. So clearly, we have had examples in which we are demanding more profits, and at the same time, we have an expectation that the agencies that we're demanding the profits from are to invest into building more, in the case of former Build Toronto, more housing, but they couldn't because they didn't have the resources. So the expectation here with respect to the TPA, if we want them to do more, they have to have the needed resources. And while it's 75%, moving from 85 to 75, maybe that number may come in at a lower number at a later date. And you have to validate, you have to demonstrate the business case for it. So I do support what is actually in front of us and the ask, based on the expectation in terms of the demand that we actually pose on this particular agency, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on the item, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Okay, members, do we have quick releases? Maybe we can do some of the quick releases before we recess. Yes, I know, but all the other items are all timed and long items. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I've got a quick release, if I can find it. CC 19.1549 Jakes.
C 1915?
Yes, so I have a motion, and I just want to, I want to move my motion and let the item go.
Okay, Councillor Sachs is releasing CC 19.15. The amendment is on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further releases? Mr. Mantis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, SC 14.4, I spoke with staff and they're okay with the original recommendation that they had.
Okay, I'm sorry, what item was that? I didn't hear you.
SC 14.4?
SC?
Yes.
Okay, just a sec. Let me find it.
What came out of committee?
SC 14.4, which is the Kennedy Road zoning amendment?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so you're releasing the item. All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Carroll. Okay, Councillor Carroll, this is on IE 13.4.
Yes, all hail Johnston, the race to get this done. I think it can be posted on the screen now. Madam Speaker, I'll read the top part and then the conditions that councillors can read them through. This is that City Council refer item IE 13.4 of the Infrastructure Committee for further consideration along with the parking strategy in the first quarter of 2025. And City Council requests the General Manager, Transportation Service, in consultation with the appropriate city divisions to report on the following. Madam Speaker, just very briefly, what this is that the concern we had when it first hit the agenda is that it does not coordinate with the changes that are going to come to suburban areas with the parking strategy. What this does is ask that those considerations be made and that they be considered together in the first quarter. What you should know is that if you're a representative downtown, is that there is still lots of room within Commune Auto to expand the number of cars. That can continue on for the time being. But we have some serious considerations that have to be taken into account in suburban regions where winter maintenance is a patchwork of we've experimented with permit parking, or there's no permit parking, there's no cars parked for more than 3 hours, and everyone's got to be off the street for snowplows. It's just, like it or not, we all work together here, we build consensus here, but there are two different worlds with respect to parking still in the city of Toronto proper. And so what we're asking is that they be considered together so that there may be changes recommended in the parking strategy that begin to make it amenable for both things to happen all over the city, and for us to increase the number of auto share types of services, and we can accommodate them across the city. Heaven knows we're now building the density in the city such that we too have many, many carless residents, more and more every year, and we want that, and we want this service. But we have to iron out those issues, or we're going to end up seeing an item being killed that actually could flourish all over the city. And so what I'm asking is that they take into consideration those things, and then when these two items come forward, they come forward together and we make sure that they align and make all things possible. We always hope that that's the case when we're making changes in communities, and with long conversations between the chair and transportation staff, I'm very hopeful that by taking this extra time, we can do that. Thanks, Madam Speaker, for the indulgence of time.
Thank you. Okay, on the motion by Councillor Carroll, all in favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Holiday. Okay, may I have a motion to introduce Bill 680? Councillor Holliday, if you can move it when it's on the screen.
Thank you, Speaker, that leave be granted to introduce Bill 680.
Thank you. Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bills moved by Councillor Mantis?
That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 19 on June 26, 2024.
Thank you. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor, show of hands. Carried. We're recessed till tomorrow at 9:30 sharp.